How are you doing, folks? Good morning. Shout out to the early notification crew who's here already. It's Monday. I had a couple of resubs on the Twitch side already. Thank you, folks. Bingo Papo coming in hot for 18 months. Papa Pros, thank you for the over 2 years. Good morning, good morning. We're an hour off of opening booster packs, it looks like. Oh my goodness. Someday they're gonna make all of these menus not be glacial. I can feel it. Assuredly someday they won't all be glacial. Speaking of the meta report, we actually had someone do the unthinkable and send a tip in for us to play the Meowscarada Magnezone deck this morning, so we're probably not playing most of the viewer decks in ranked, but I think we're gonna play a couple with this and see how it goes. How many of our games while we try to play this deck on the ladder will be mirror matches, you think? %50 or more. Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. Yes. Yeah, basically. Alright, they have a bunch of their stage ones, so I assume we are mostly cooked here, not having a Magnezone. This is one of the reasons why I often don't play stock meta decks while I climb, because I think mirror matches are one of the worst things in these types of games. It's just such a dry experience. Cool. Alright, we're not masters anymore. Let's see if we can get it back, huh? Good start to the day, good system. I'm honestly excited to see. Maybe we'll just lose a bunch with this, and it'll numb us, and then we'll just play everything in ranked, and it just won't matter. It's all so awful, I've become numb to it all, the 2025 motto. Azrael, thank you for the 2.5 years. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Think we lead Baby Kitty? Squid Dynamite, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. You get an emblem for the rank that you peaked at, or is it where you actually finished? Nope. If I end up falling out of Masters and staying out of Masters for the season, we don't get the Masters emblem, because this rank system is the most brutal, obnoxious, grindy, tedious piece of trash rank system I've ever experienced in any digital card game ever. Mr. Wilson, thank you for the over 5 years. Appreciate that. Welcome back. It is the epitome of wishing your game got a rank system on a Monkey Paw. All right, I would like one big kitty, please. Unlucky. Okay, so the matchup against the deck that's making Psychic Energy seems potentially harder for this one than the one that's not. I think we go this into this. I suppose they're gonna need a bunch of healing to not be cooked next turn, because they're gonna go back down to 110. I guess they need one bit of healing to not die to this. But the good news is we have a cape, so we won't be dead to this on the following turn, even with the Giovanni. We're only gonna be able to hit a single time with the, or 2 times with the Magnezone though. And they have all their basics. I think we're in trouble. Because even if I hit them with the Magnezone here, I only have one more attack with it. I'm going to have to use that to finish this, and I have nothing left over here at this point. This could maybe be helpful. Hey, Outlaw Racer, thanks for the 2 years. Welcome back. Yeah, nope, nothing there. So, we have the zone, but I need another card to not be dead. I need another basic, right? If we find Baby Kitty next turn, maybe we have a shot. But we have to hit a basic next turn. We have 1 Baby Kitty, 1 Magnemite, and 2 Pokeballs and 7 cards. A little bit better than 50%. Greninja Float Soul. Yeah, we can give that a try. Appreciate the submission. Thanks for the tip, Eagle Torn. All right. Oh, and 2 without either of our games feeling particularly competitive this morning. This deck sucks. I can hear the comments already. You know, I've made content for a lot of different card games over the last decade and a half at this point. And something that's incredibly unique about the Pokemon Pocket player base is that I have never played a card game and made content for one before where I regularly have people make the assertion in my comments that the stock good deck with like good stats across large sample sizes must be bad. Really, really very puzzling. Strange experience. It's one of those very like face saving things, right? Where like it's not that the person commenting is bad at the game and needs to get better or hit a little bit of a bad streak or was unlucky. It's the obvious problem must be the deck, right? LaFlavo, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Good morning, good morning. What do I think of caping this to force them to evolve to attack? I think so. Are you streaming on Twitch too? Yeah, anytime I'm live on YouTube, I'm always live on Twitch. Morning, Flavo. We're playing viewer deck submissions today, Dilsky, so we're playing whatever the community wants to send in. I should have I messed up, and this is again, like, you know, we're having kind of a bad time with this, but I'm also making some slops. I should have put the grass energy on the Magneton last turn so I could hit this. Although I guess if I put the grass energy on Magneton to hit this, I would have just died to this one coming up as Magnezone, so maybe that's not ideal. I think I'm just leaving this in the active spot and letting them take it down at this point. Hi, thanks for the almost 5 years. Welcome back. I could have also evolved into Magnezone and hit them for 10, so that way I clear them next turn. I don't know, feel like kind of dead here. What makes the difference between a good and average pilot in these games? Is there a major difference in Pocket and between others? Chat can answer too. So, how much luck versus how much skill these types of games are is a question that comes up a lot. And if I had to like put it into numbers, I would say Pocket's probably about 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and the constant mirror matches and lack of variety on the latter are 50% pain. Almost assuredly. I was pleasantly surprised to be wrong about the number of 18 Trader Articuno decks on the ladder the way it has played out, but I was unfortunately very, very right that the ladder in Pocket has stifled the range of decks that you play against a lot. I think someone, the unironic answer to how does Pocket differ? My anecdote is I think Pocket might actually have the least diverse rank ladder I've ever experienced in a digital card game, and I think part of that is related to the fact that it's such a long and tedious grind. It makes people less, with no rank floors, it makes people less willing to experiment with things. All right, I think I got like 2 more losses in me with this one before I take it and throw it in the trash can. Do you think the amount of competitive cards adds to the lack of diversity on the ladder? Like, if more sets were released, would ranked be more diverse? So, there's this common misconception among people that aren't super familiar with card games that more cards equals more variety. But that's often not the case the way a lot of card games play out. You don't need more cards to have your game be better balanced, right? In fact, in a lot of instances in other card games, as they add more cards to their game, the game often gets less balanced because it's more difficult to balance a game that has lots of game pieces compared to one that has few. If they have 2 Lucarios, we are probably cooked. Hopefully they only have 1? Question mark. All right, we have all the things here. Dodge a Geo, we can dodge a ball. Honestly, even if they have a Geo, I've got Magnezone ready to go. And another big kitty behind us, yeah. I think the more punishing you make a rank system, the more people are discouraged from trying new things. And if people aren't willing to try new things, they're just not going to innovate most of the time. Okay, you can hit my cat. This is weakest to fighting, so if I put this up, they clear it in 1. Ladders in any card game, and this is not Pocket exclusive, cause formats to stagnate more frequently because in order to innovate, you have to be willing to lose games, and ladder systems heavily discourage you from losing games, right? Anytime you lose a game, you're going to have to win more to make up for the games that you lost. So let's say, just to like make up numbers in theory, let's say you have a deck that you know has a 53% win rate, but there's a deck that exists that has a 56% win rate, but you're gonna have to lose 50 games to find that 56% win rate. And that deck is objectively better than the one you're currently playing. You're better off under most ladder systems to just continue playing the 53% deck rather than losing to figure out the other one. Because the amount of games you will have to play after sliding down is a ton. Weaken just means we clear this, and then Magnezone means they should be cooked here. And then amusingly, this is actually a matchup that by the tournament data we had from this past weekend is supposed to be a tough matchup for our deck, but they were very slow to get their evolution online, and we're able to run them out here. And they're continuing to play because we haven't evolved yet, but once we drop this down, we're done next turn. Favorite card right now? I don't know that I have one, if I'm being honest. You think Dodgeball is a good movie or just a quotable one? Dodgeball just reminds me of a simpler time when the worst Republican president of my lifetime was George W. Bush, who just, you know, did the racism quietly and committed war crimes like other American presidents, as opposed to crashing the global economy willfully. Much, much simpler era of my lifetime. TCG Live is the opposite of Pokemon Pocket because it's very easy to reach the mass rank. It's probably because it's just an ad for the paper Pokemon TCG. Maybe, yeah, I was actually deeply surprised that they elected to have the ladder in this game be significantly grindier and more tedious than the Pokemon TCG Live ladder. In fact, if you go back and watch my what we could expect from ranked video, I said that outright. I was like, I expect what we have for TCG Live will be like the most grindy / brutal outcome possible. And then Dino was just like, hold my beer, Hogland. Like, absolutely floored at how brutal they elected to make the rank system in this game. And I really want to highlight, because I had a couple of comments talking about the ranked video, talking about this, and a number of people said they liked that the rank system in Pokemon Pocket is difficult. And I really can't emphasize enough that there is a functional core difference between a system being difficult and a system being tedious and grindy. In a system that is difficult, you have to win more to do better. Whereas in Pokemon Pocket system, you don't have to win more to do better, you just have to play more. So Pokemon Pocket's rank system isn't difficult, it's tedious. I really kind of need my stage 1 Lightning Dorka. Yikes! I have my cats. Outside of win streak bonuses in Ultra Ball, what could possibly help things feeling tedious? My dearest gamer, I'm gonna need you to dig real deep into your creative juices if win streak bonus in Ultra Ball is literally the only thing you can come up with to make the grind less tedious. In fact, that suggestion gets offered a lot, and I would actually like to put forward the idea that win streak bonuses in general are bad, because they don't actually just make the grind shorter. They make the grind shorter by making it higher variance. They make it so if you order your wins in you order your wins and losses in certain orders, you're gonna get through it faster. I think I need to hold this Sabrina to pull Gyarados up to the front. So I think the line here is we hit this for 60, they get a point. We feed them a Magnemite, they get a point. We Sabrina up the Gyarados, and we work through it from there. You had control over changing how ranked work in Pocket. What would you change? I would make all of the ranks require less points, especially Ultra. I would add rank floors for Master and Ultra 1. It's just like the barest minimum changes you could do. All right, if they brick on another basic... What's the back and forth count here? So if they brick on another basic, they're gonna put second energy, and then I pull this up. I hit them for 130. They go third energy. So yeah. So if they don't have another basic, the Sabrina plus the Meowscarada gets us across the finish line here. So we need them to brick on. They've spent 1 Pokeball and they've played 3 basics. So there's two basics and 1 Pokeball in the average build of this deck for the opponent. And they have 1 research. So they're like 50-ish% to find another basic here. So this is one of those implicit coin flips that if it breaks our way, we win the game from here. Okay, probably dead. Oh, they missed! They missed! Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Holy. Do you think the shorter game length is a consideration for the grind of the system? I'm not counting the number of games in the total grind. I'm talking about the total hours. So I gave some very pointed, specific examples in the most recent video that I posted over the weekend. But like, to reiterate them here, Pokemon Pocket's rank system is like 2 to 3 times on average the length of Marvel Snap's ranked ladder system. It has nothing to do with the number of games, it has everything to do with the amount of time. All right, that was nice. Had a good beat there at the end to pull through. All right, we're gonna play a few more with this one. We're getting the swing of things. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll here this morning. If you're new here, I always take a brief pause from the gameplay and just chat with chat while the ads are going, because I think it's super rude when you're watching a stream and ads roll over the center of the game. So appreciate everybody hanging out here on this Monday morning. We'll be back with some more games in just a minute. Thanks for hanging out. How are we doing this morning, gamers? Hop up on the bike, I think. We had a 70-degree day yesterday, gamers. I got to do my first outdoor bike ride. Felt real good. I like my bike chair. It's convenient, but it doesn't hit exactly the same as actually being in the outdoors. See, I always find it funny and think those two comments are at odds with each other. I like the grind to masters, but the rewards should be better. So you don't like the grind to masters, because if you like the grind to masters, you would do it for no rewards. If your goal is to get stuff for the time you spend doing something, you should just, like, work your job. That's always significantly worse than even minimum wage, to just, like, expect to get rewards for your time spent playing in games like these. Folks on the YouTube side asking about deck submissions. I'll pin the deck submission link there for folks. Thanks for our resubs on the Twitch side this morning. Appreciate that. Failed Destiny coming in hot for 19 months. Foolhardy Dragon with the 27. TC Patter, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Aragorn coming in hot for almost 5.5 years. Metsu Fathom with the 67 months. Good morning, good morning. Speaking of, if you're someone that's watching on the Twitch side, we've got a, oh, I guess I can put it on the YouTube side as well. I've got a promo going on. We've got a new sponsored game this week is what that banner is up on the stream. If you want an easy way to support my content and you have a PC, you can check out Call of Dragons on PC using my link. If you play through getting your City Hall to level 5 as a new Call of Dragons player on PC, you can get a free gift sub to my Twitch channel as a thank you. Let you dodge those adverts on that platform for a whole month. How is this deck working? You have 2 stage 2s. How do you expect to find the right card? This deck list was one of the best performing deck lists at a significant sample size in our tournaments this weekend that Pokemon Pocket had going on in the community. If you want to see exactly how well it performed, you can check out our latest meta report here. Whoop, thank you for the C button. I was doing a couple of things and clicked the wrong one. Drudagon. Drudagon definitely makes the, I think Magnezone makes, so generically speaking, the other Meowscarada decks have a hard time against Dark Tina when they're playing Drudagon. However, I feel like there's a chance that Magnezone maybe changes that with the asterisk if we have our evolutions, but if I'm being honest, the person in chat asking how do you get your evolutions together in this deck consistently is my experience so far this morning is this deck has not been putting its evolutions together consistently. I've been pretty thoroughly whelmed by what this deck is doing so far. Data Lee, thank you for the 22 months. It had decent performance in a pretty solid sample size this weekend, but I am not super impressed so far. Sonid, thank you for the 4.5 years and for the generous tier 2. Appreciate that. Ooh. Feels like we're just cooked from here, yeah? Alright, I mean, if we were gonna remotely have a shot, it starts with those draws, yeah? I think this is one turn too late, though, yeah? Do I just hope they don't have a copy of Leaf? I think that's the line, right? I think I make them have the copy of Leaf to pull their thing up. And then next turn, I like Magda Zone and then build up into this. What do we think of that? I don't think I ever win the game if I attack here. So I think it's wait and see. Yeah. So dead to Leaf, but I'm dead outright if I attack, so. Okay. Another basic. The other basic here means that I am insulated against Sabrina. Are we good to go now? We might be good to go now with the red and the Meowscarada here. Is it possible for a deck to be good in tournaments but bad in ranked? The only time we would see a divorce from a deck being good at a tournament versus good in ranked would be if a deck that was good in tournaments won very, very slowly. And even then, it wouldn't be that the power level of that deck is worse in ranked. It would just simply be that it would be a worse deck for laddering because of the speed it would take to play. Would be the difference there. So they get a point here. And then we put this kitty up. And then even if they have Sabrina, this is at 160, and they're only dealing 150, and they can't Sabrina and Giovanni me. So really seeing here how Magda Zone changes the dynamic of this matchup when they are playing Drudagon. That's not enough if they attack me. They go to 150. Yeah, we hit our evolutions, and then we had the key decision point this game was when we decided not to attack that turn, which gave us an extra turn to evolve to Meowscarada before it came to the active. Keeping Darkrai would not have been enough to save them because of weakness to grass. Yay! We're masters again! Look at how cool we are! It doesn't hit the same the second time, gamers. The ladder gets better in Master Ball because people can't play a lot to get points. It's more competitive. My dearest gamer, how do you think people end up at 2,000 plus points in Masters if the answer isn't because they're playing a lot? Before I give you my opinion or describe the reality, I just desperately need to know how you think they get those points other than playing a lot. I need to get inside the brain of the average YouTube chatter. Help me understand. What's the alternative to playing a lot to getting points? Coach V-Ball, thank you for the 5.5 years. Welcome back. Break out my spreadsheet with my facts here. Hold on. Where's the spreadsheet? For reference, let's say you are an absolutely cracked god gamer and you have a 60% win rate against some of the best other people playing Pokemon Pocket inside of Masters, other people that have been playing a ton. If you have a 60% win rate inside of Masters, it's going to take you 425 games to go from 1450 points to 2300 points, where the top pointed people currently are in this game. And if you're taking an average of 10 minutes per game, those 425 games are going to take you close to 80 hours. So I really want to emphasize that you can't get to Masters or get to a high number of points while being bad. You have to be winning games to get there. However, winning games is not the only thing that moves you up these ladders. The people who are ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on Pokemon Pocket's ladder, they're certainly good players. I want to make it very clear I'm not saying they're bad, but they are not the 1st through 5th best Pokemon Pocket player in the world. They are simply players who are above average, who are also putting lots of time into playing. So yes, while you can't get to the top while being bad, you also need to have lots of games played to get there. More time gets you a higher rank. Exactly that. I agree, Clock. That was one thing I was super happy with the rank system in this game, too. The experience of people rage quitting has been very minimal compared to the random queue in previous seasons. That has also been reflective of my experience. I think I need to save this. Alright, we can top deck our Sabrina. We can win this game still. What's the line here? I think the line is we top deck other big kitty eventually. So we Volt Charge here. We switch to this. We clear the Origin Form Palkia. Oh, you know what? I messed up. I needed to put the other Grass Energy here. So that way if this Gyarados high rolls us, it hits this energy, I can still attack with it next turn. So really small mistake on my part here. If I lose the 5, 8, 9, 10, if I lose the 1 and 11, I could have played around it. And unfortunately, I can't cape to save this because they have a Rocky Helmet. So I've put myself in a position to get unlucky here that I didn't have to be in. Yep. And I know that feels bad. Okay, we top decked this. We top decked this. We should be good. Yes. Assuredly we're fine. We top decked the other Masquerada. Saved. But that's one of those spots where, like, it's very easy to lament how unlucky we were and not focus on the fact that I had agency to play around it, right? And moments like that. Someone asked earlier, what's the difference between players who are better and players who are worse like that? Is a bad player would lose that 1 in 10 and just be like, I'm so unlucky, there was nothing I could do. But a better player is going to look at that and be like, oh, I had agency and I could and should have played around this. And obviously, we had a good top deck, and we were lucky to offset the variance, but I didn't need to be lucky there if I had simply played better. And that's the difference between good players and mediocre players, is you look for those moments where you could have had agency to play around the bad beat. Being lucky is always an option, but also if you're better, you're going to have more opportunities to leverage skill in spots like that. Open chat, no troll. Yeah, one of the things I decided is I'm being reflective and hopefully thinking about other people in the world. The economic turmoil that Donald Trump has thrown the world into, in addition to torching many retirement accounts that will hopefully bounce back before I need to retire in 30 years or whatever. We're gonna retire, right? Donald Trump has also cost me personally thousands of dollars in advertising contracts already. And I'm a small fish, and I would wager I will be far from the only person experiencing negative economic impact because of the decisions of our angry dictator-in-chief. So I've opened the chats up so that way people who have their financial situation damaged by general state of the world are still able to participate. Do you own any stocks? My retirement accounts are down 5 figures across them. Last year and the year before were my best years ever making content in terms of revenue, thanks to Marvel Snap, and I did the adult responsible thing and put them into retirement accounts to save for the future rather than spending it all. And, you know. Jefferson Moneybag Hoaglands. I mean, I'm not independently wealthy. I'm still here working. But yeah, I made good money doing Marvel Snap content. I've talked about it on stream before, but I made about $250,000 in 23 and 24, in large part due to Marvel Snap being so successful this year. This year will likely be markedly less than that, both because of the lost contracts because of Donald Trump and Pocket not being nearly as popular and Snap being on a downclimb. I would expect my 23 and 24 to be local maximums for a good while in terms of my content income. I don't think I want to ram this and take 20. Sounds not great. Sergeant Pepperheads, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Was that $250 million or $250 million? My dear gamer, if I ever made $250 million, I probably wouldn't tell you outright, but there would be signs. The primary sign being you would literally never see me ever again. You see, I'm a reasonable, well-adjusted human being, which means if I had ungodly amounts of money, I would just disappear and live happily forever in silence. The number one sign that people like Elon Musk aren't normal, well-adjusted, reasonable human beings is the fact that they're everywhere despite having enough money to disappear. Yeah, I would be like Tom from MySpace. I would cash out and I would just go away. Me and my family and my children's children would just like live in security happily for a long while. I wouldn't just greedily constantly need more. I'd probably still play some games. Yeah, a lot of people don't fully understand the difference between 250,000 and 250 million. Yeah, like I have financial stability. Like, I'm able to provide a really nice life for myself and my family. But like, realistically, like if I lost this job or my income went to zero, like I would need a replacement income within a year or so. I guess I could cash out retirement options or like take a loan against the home and be longer. I'm better off than a lot of Americans are, but I don't have a work optional amount of money. One really good bit of class propaganda that has perpetrated largely due to conservatives in my country and the world is that when people like myself talk about taxing the rich, we're not talking about people like me who make low six figures and get to live comfortably and have, 6 months or a year's worth of expenses saved up should something happen to us. When we say we need to tax the rich and have them pay their fair share, we're talking about the people who literally have so much money they're building rockets to screw off into space with. Those are the types of people that need to pay more taxes. Is there a backup plan in case streaming and content creation disappears, like the platform shutting down or something catastrophic? I mean, I don't think these platforms are in danger of going anywhere, but I do think there's a very real chance that, like, eventually the types of games I enjoy making content for, or I can have successful numbers for, eventually just aren't there for me. And for reference, my background is I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I have experience both doing software development and process automation. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level, so like I have options. I could likely find another at least somewhat reasonable job, assuming the AI hasn't replaced everyone that has those skill sets by then. Honestly, I genuinely feel like my job has been on borrowed time since I left Magic the Gathering. As someone who's very familiar with this industry, it's very uncommon that one game content creators can find success in another card game once their first one falls off for them. So the fact that I was able to transition to Marvel Snap and have it be my best years ever, and now Pokemon Pocket's not doing nearly as well, but it's like reasonable and looks sustainable for the time being. Like, that's pretty unheard of that I was able to do that once or twice. Did Magic stop being financially viable for you, or did you lose interest for it? There's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. So one of the things that's very true about content is if your heart's not in it, the numbers aren't going to follow. So as I fell out of love with Magic the Gathering, my numbers for making content in that game suffered because it was very apparent that I just wasn't invested or enjoying it. Neptune's Wrath, thanks for the quarter of a year. And that's a big part of why I'm doing Pokemon Pocket content despite it not being nearly as financially successful as Marvel Snap, is because as someone who's been doing this for so long, I know that having the flexibility to make content for another game is good for my position in the long term because it allows me to have a wider range of things that I enjoy making content for. So long as I'm having fun with Pocket content that it's remotely successful, you can expect to have me here just because diversification of more games makes it easier to have fun in the long term. Neptune's Wrath, thanks for the quarter of a year. I appreciate that direct support. It's a big part of why I'm able to do what I do. All right, we got the Magnezone back and the Meowscarada. If they miss on this tropical swing again here, they are cooked. Oh yeah. How do you get the playmat that you're using? You get it for the premium shop tokens. Trying to make Runeterra content is a big part of why 2023 was going to be my worst year financially ever making content up until Marvel Snap launched. Marvel Snap saved my 2023 from being my worst financial year making content by a lot. The last couple of months of 2023 when Snap launched, and then 2024 was very, very strong. What's the cutoff point for top 10,000? I believe it's somewhere around 1,500 points right now. A lot of people getting to Masters just stop playing at 1,450. How would you say your software development career was? So I wouldn't say I really had a career developing software. I contributed and maintained a number of open source projects during undergrad and grad school. And then I worked as a process automation engineer at a Fortune 50 company for a little while, like doing automated reporting for a couple of different areas in the company. But that's not really strictly software development in the terms of like making applications. It's a little bit different. You know, lucky that you're able to have streaming as a career. Absolutely. It's our third time making Master Ball. We're so good at this. I I came to your content for Pokemon, and frankly, I'll probably end up staying a viewer at least casually for your personality for whichever games you play next. Yeah, I think part of that's the case too. I think part of the reason why I was able to successfully transition or bounce between a couple of games at least here is because of the community I have built up. Like, it was definitely the case in both Magic the Gathering and is the case now in Marvel Snap, where, like, my amount of direct support from, in terms of subscribers on Twitch, is much higher than most other people in the space. And I think part of that is my consistency. A lot of people don't stream as regularly as I do. I think part of it, too, is the way that I curate the community here. Getting the red back is great. We ideally want to build up the back cat here, I think. It's funny that there's a meme in some spaces that Jeff is unlikable or toxic, but he has pretty much one of the longest standing communities in the card game space. So, one of the reasons why you'll see negativity when my name comes up on places like Reddit is because I'm not afraid to curate my communities. People absolutely hate moderation, hate the idea of being told that, hey, this content's not for you and you should go somewhere else. Oh, we're basically cooked. I guess if they don't have Sabrina and we draw Big Cat, we could maybe be okay. We need no Sabrina, no Giovanni. Because they're going to energy clear this, or they Sabrina energy clear this. And if they clear this and then have Giovanni, they clear this. But if they take the attack with Darkrai here, we clear them with red, and then they don't have another attacker set up and ready to go. So we might actually still be in a spot to win this game. Because remember, they can't attack us next turn, yeah? They need a turn to charge this. So this clears Darkrai with weakness. Okay, so we hit them for what? I need a basic Pokemon next turn, yeah? We've got 2 Pokeballs, 2 basics, and a research and 9 cards. Do these decks usually play Leaf? They don't, right? Is this Sabrina game winning? There's like 1 copy of Leaf. Some of them have 2. Most of them are playing 1. Yeah, I don't think Sabrina gets there most of the time. I'm gonna research. Oh, so unlucky. Close. All right. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're going to play 1 or 2 more with this deck submission when we get back. And then our second viewer deck today is going to be some Floatzel Greninja. We're going to do some Bruin. So thanks, everybody, for hanging out. And don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the adverts for some more gameplay. Lord Odin, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. Hey, thanks, Michael. I don't know if we're gonna do Float Soul. I might try Float Soul Greninja in the unranked queue and just see what's that liked. We haven't played any of that since rank dropped. I'm skeptical. Float Soul is a real card. What do you think of swapping Cyrus for Iono to help you find your evolutions more consistently? I think you are welcome to trade power for consistency. Roger Gould, thanks for the over 3 years. Welcome back. I don't know that I have a strong opinion on that. For every game you win because Iono helps you find your stuff, you're probably losing another because you didn't have a Cyrus in the late game. Shamzilla, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. It's definitely not just you that you're feeling anxiety over the ranked climb. It's very common. It's a very large source of burnout in games like Pocket. I was actually really surprised they put win rate information here in the client, because seeing your win rate degrade in real time is another thing that just like adds stress and leads to player burnout. So I was like, good golly, the top people are even higher. So we mentioned earlier you had to play for like 80 hours to get to 2,300 points. How long do you have to play to get to 2,500 points? What is that? 2519. So with a 60% win rate, it will take you 535 games to get to 2520 points. Which, if you're playing 10-minute games, that means it's going to take you 156. It's going to take you like 90 hours or 80 hours past getting to Masters. And at a 60% win rate, it's loosely a full-time job to go from the start of the ladder. It's more than a full-time job, because the ladder system's only been up since for like 2 weeks now, right? 2.5 weeks. This is 160 hours in 2.5 weeks. That's like 60 plus hours a week at a 60% win rate. And if you're even a little bit lower than that, it goes up very quickly. At a 58% win rate, it's 185 hours. At a 55% win rate, it's 2. They must be close. They must be close to 60%. There's no way they've logged 265 hours in 2 weeks, right? No way. Copium. Their opponent not here? Awkward. I haven't had many of these in ranked. Oratog, thank you for the 82 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Call of Dragons is a game sponsor for this week for the channel on PC. You can check them out using my link for an easy way to support my channel. Make the little ticker go up on screen when you do. I don't ever do viewer battles, and I don't ever intend to do viewer battles. For a channel of my size, doing viewer battles is always going to leave someone feeling left out. Even if I do sub or member only, and it also takes a lot of downtime to figure out coordinating who's getting to play when. I'd much rather just play randoms. Yes, Call of Dragons is a completely free way to check out and support my content. Alright. With the baby kitty drawn, we might have a real shot here. I think I want another basic to insulate this from a Sabrina, ideally. Nice. Hey, Rystone, thanks for the next submission. Yeah, I've got one more after this, and you'll be up after that. It says deck not found, though, actually. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I figured it out. Alright, I've got it. Gengar Giratina. Looks like. Chisux, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Need to draw Big Kitty here. About 30%. Less than that, really, because Professor's research isn't guaranteed to find it. So I think I read. So that way, in case they have a bunch of healing. And then we hit them with this. And then they clear the Florigato. And then the Magnezone clears the Darkrai, and then it clears the Giratina. Giovanni or another Darkrai could get us if we don't top deck our Cape. Oh, but wait, they can't put an energy on this, and they can't put an energy on this and trigger Darkrai next turn, because they still need one more on this to attack with it. Dawn could get us, yeah. Some of these decks play 1 to 2 copies of Dawn. Giovanni also still does it. All right, if we dodge Dawn and Giovanni, and they don't have a basic, we can clear with Sabrina next turn. Need a few things to break our way here. I would assume that means we're dead. All right, I think I'm ready to move along. I gotta be honest, I was pretty whelmed by this deck. It definitely felt like it had very typical double stage 2 decks problems. We did not lead on Spargato nearly enough to be able to draw our evolutions with it. I'll be curious to see if this one puts up another good set of results in tournaments this week again, because it feels like I was not impressed with that pile of cards. All right, I need to take a second to build this deck anyway, so I'm gonna tap shorter ad roll than normal while I do that. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna play some Float Soul Greninja in just a minute. Cool. It's the wrong one. Yeah, B-U-I, Buziel. Yep. I did see like Trio finish top 16 at Ursi's tournament. I'll be in my new decks roundup along with a bunch of other sweet things tomorrow. Don't play rank with this if you want to stay masters. I mean, we're already not masters. So what's the difference? What Meowscarada deck do you like for Calamity Masters? I was a big fan of the Beedrill build. Do I want like a Spirit Tomb? Maybe. Couple of Cyrus, couple of Pokeballs. Maybe a copy of Red. Helmet, Irida. I mean, gamers, look at the cards we're playing. How often are my cards living hits from things like Darkrai and Giratinas? Not very is the answer, right? Helmet could maybe be okay, but I think I'd rather have Red. We don't have that many supporters. I'll start here. Yeah, Spirit Tube's fighting against psychic things. Would a cape help here? Instead of me telling you you're wrong, tell me why you're right. Make a compelling reason for why I should consider doing the thing you're suggesting. Rather than expecting me to take a dump on it. That's funny. They spent their energy to retreat so they could get one on here. Well, if we find the float soul, we killed the Jinx next turn, which is nice. Oh my goodness, me oh my. It's like Christmas. Our opponent is basically Santa Claus shit. You're about to be absolutely and mercilessly cooked by. Is this an otter? What kind of monster is this? Somebody help me out. What type of character are we dealing with here? It's a sea weasel. All right. A Seasel, if you would. What kind of monster is it? A pocket, clearly. Naturally. What's it called? Spiritomb would actually be pretty slick here, huh? Well, let us get some damage marked on this so when it comes up, the float souls can clear it down. It's actually just incredible that we're not halfway through the first game with this deck. We've already had 2 different people suggest I add cards we're already playing to it. I would say never change Twitch chat, but please consider changing, I beg of you. Alright, so they do 20 to themselves, Float Soul does 70 and dies, and they take 20. Greninja puts up some pop shots. I think we're winning this race currently, yes? Ooh, that's a good one. I think we're winning the race even without that, but with that we should be firmly ahead. We should even be able to power through some healing here. 90 down to 40, then they go down to 20. So Pokemon Center Lady plus a potion only gets them to 70, and our Greninja's dealing 80. And they need to take another 20 past that to get another knockout, so I think they're dead here. Good first game for our little sea weasel. We've bested the all-in Tita. 50% to be a baby weasel, and there it is. Lovely. We might just run them over here, yeah? We flop, and then we go stage 1, retreat, deal 70, and then we have Greninja set up to get constantly dealing 90 each turn? This is kind of like a build your own Darkrai Weavile in a way, yeah? Just gonna mercilessly bully this Wigglytuff. Oh! It healing itself stops my Weasel. Rude. This is deeply, deeply rude, chat. Alright, well, I guess we'll let it drip. They built the counter deck. Oh, no. Can a man float in peace without a soul-sucking pink ball coming in to ruin his day? I don't think I'm Ionoing. Well, I think their hand seems pretty bricked, yeah? So there's no reason to give them a reload. Well, this answers the question of what all is in their hand. Is there a Pokemon Center lady in my future here too? Holy. It just doesn't die, chat. They undid my whole turn. Oh. I think I hold off one more turn on the Iono, because if they stay bricked on a basic, we do get to win the game next turn. So obviously they're going to take the point on the Floatzel here. But if they don't have another basic, their Greninja cleans up. And if they do play another basic, we'll Iono next turn, I think. Sweet, and super rewarded because now they shuffled us, so we're up a card. There's secretly 17 Trainer Wigglytuff. LOL. Looks like it. I got to Master Ball today. Do I demote if I lose one game? Yep, you do. The optimal thing to do when you hit Masters is stop playing. It's a good system. All right, Dark Red Giratina. Let's see how this goes. I let on the Froakie because the Frogadair could crack for 30 when it hits its evolution, and then we have X speed to move in the Sea Weasel if we find it. Gosh, the games where your opponent has a Pokeball and a research and you don't always just feel so deflating. Oh, they're playing Greninja, Tina. This deck list has had some tournament finishes. I'm gonna wait a turn on the Iono, I think. Get one more card in hand before we wheel. Okay, so because they've elected to get aggressive with this Frogadair, if we hit Greninja and Sea Weasel next turn, we get to knock it out, yeah? Not super likely, but not impossible either. Ah, so close. Oh wait, we just need Greninja. I didn't need the Sea Weasel. Yeah, ignore me. And they need 2 more charges on this Giratina before it can attack. So they are 3 turns away from attacking us. And we have 2 Cyrus in our deck because we're a Greninja deck. So from here, we just put damage on that dork. I think we just pull it up this turn, yeah? Because then second Cyrus at any point is just straight lethal. And if they don't have another copy of Leaf, they have to discard a Psychic to pull it back out. Yeah. What do you think of Origin Form Palkia instead of Spirit Tomb to build up Greninja or Weasel behind it? These Greninja and Weasel are not powerful enough cards for you to stall into building them up. They are cards that if they're going to be good, they're going to be good because you ran your opponent down. Going second, I think we lead the Sea Weasel because we can tap for 10 and then tap for 70. I think my plan for this week is I'm going to alternate doing all of one game each day. So we'll do all pocket today and all snap tomorrow, I think is the plan. Been a while saving the Circle Circuit, Pikachu. Any thoughts on 70 HP Buziel with 10 versus 60 HP DL20? Have you considered that 70 HP Buziel is full art? This is a really important part of the calculus in deciding which one to play. So, extra bench Pokemon, let's Pikachu KO by Floatzel here, and then we're in trouble if we don't find Greninja. I have two Greninjas, a Research, and an Iodo in 11 cards, so about 1 in 3 to find our evolution next turn. Oh, I guess this Pokeball means I'm technically not dead yet, but... Dead to Sabrina. Alright, gonna redraw at the Greninja here. If we find the Greninja, we still win this game thanks to Cyrus. Because we get to crack them for 80 and then we get to chase them down. Okay. We do lose to a Giovanni. Lets them get us due to weakness. But otherwise, they're at 50, and they would need 2 sustain items here. Because a Pokemon Center Lady only gets them to 80. Yeah, Cyrus is a big part of what made Circle Circuit Pikachu fall off. A copy of Dawn and then average coin variants could get us. Holy! Why did I speak it into existence, gamers? Why did I speak it into existence? Brick, 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 brick. Oh no! What a tease with the 2 tails in the middle. GG, opponent. What a tease. Alright, gamers, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're going to play a few more with this when we get back, and then we're going to have Gengar Giratina as our next viewer deck after. If you have something you'd like to submit, there's links pinned above the chat for Twitch subs or YouTube members to send things in. Catch you on the flip side of this ad roll. People often ask me if I log my stats while I'm bobbing up and down here on my bike chair in the morning. I don't do anything super serious about it. There's technically if I put batteries in it, it would log my distance, but I do have fun. I have to go on my first outdoor ride of the season. There's a app that logs all of that on your phone, so. We have really awesome biking / walking trails in the town where I live that accommodate lots of miles. Looking forward to more 70-degree days coming up. And you link your bike chair. Flex the Spot makes my bike chair. They have a few of them. Can show you a picture of the contraption I'm on here. So this is what I'm currently bouncing up and down on. Overweight white man and adorable toddler sold separately, but the chair itself came from Flex the Spot. Getting fun in our notifications? Nope. Socratic Phoenix, thank you for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. How flat is Illinois? Did you climb the tallest peak? I have no idea. Yes, overweight brown man, appropriate substitution for overweight white man for the bike chair for sure. Race and gender neutral. All can pedal bike. Welcome back from our ads on the Twitch side. If you're someone that enjoys my content, I'd like to give a shout out to the little scroller here. Call of Dragons is a game on PC we're going to be playing a little bit of on stream for a few hours this week as part of the sponsorship. You want an easy way to support my content here, be sure to check that out using my link. If you install it on PC for the first time and reach city level 5, you can get a free gift sub to my Twitch channel that'll let you dodge ads on the Twitch side for 30 days. Appreciate the folks that take some time out of their day to support my content by doing that. I think it takes about 20 to 30 minutes to get to city level 5 when you're poking around at it. This is kind of a split bag. Like, I want a basic for this, but I also want evolutions for this. I think I Pokeball first. It's close, though. Hopefully we just hit the 50% to find the baby weasel. We did not. Rip. Can I find a teenage frog? Alright, found a baby weasel at least. I'm gonna chill on playing out these other cards from my hand, though, because I want my hand to be bigger if I draw Iono to redraw. Okay, that's not a terrible draw. I think I'm gonna burn red just to get my damage in here. Using red means that if they have Pokemon Center Lady, they can't get out of having damage range for Attack the Wound. I would love a deep dive on Iono versus Pokemon Communication Other Math. Unfortunately, the red card video just didn't perform very well, and it's just a lot of work to put together, so I don't envision investing the time to make another math video for Pocket Stuff. Oh. I think I'm X speeding and then hitting them for 10. And I'm playing this out to insulate Sabrina. This way, Greninja is still alive. Draw here, and I have 2 of those. The problem here is I don't think our leftover Greninja is going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Mewtwo. Oh, yeah, that's a good call-out. We should probably sack Froakie instead of the Buziel. I think that's a good take. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Draw the other Sea Weasel and be sad. Ah, we drew the other Frogadier. We're a genius. Nobody's as smart as us, gamers. The best around. No one's ever going to bring us down. And now we're going to research into 2 ninjas. Exactly. I like the way you think. Well, they need a potion to not be dead to Frogadier here. If they do 20 to themselves. The problem is the Mewtwo's 2 hits away from attacking. Or 2 hits away from side driving, and they're on 2 points already, so I think we're dead. Even if we would have top deck Greninja, we would have needed top deck Greninja followed by a Cyrus, as well as them not having a leaf, yeah? Would have been a lot of things that had to line up well for us. Hey, we need an item to discard tools. I don't know that I would have room to play one of those, if I'm being honest. I think what we need is a stage 1 that has the ability to discard a tool on a relevant stage 2. Spirit Tomb does its best far-fetched impersonation against Giratina thanks to weakness. Yeah, Pokemon that shuts off Pokemon abilities would be a premium. Alright, so they need one more turn of charging still. Two Greninjas, an Iono. Looking for like a Greninja or another Floatzel here. Them having follow-up Giratina instead of follow-up Mewtwo is real good for us. Does playing red this turn do anything for me? They're going to take 30, and then they're going to deal 20 to themselves. They go to 70. Red means we clear this Giratina through a copy of Potion, but Potion's going to be good against us at some point anyways, so I think we do this and save the red as a surprise here. That's so much healing. I'm gonna pull this one up, I think. Make them need to have a leaf or something if they want to attack. And then this makes it so if they switch to this and put it up, I can top deck Greninja, and then Greninja plus red clears this in one after it deals 20 to itself. Spirit Tubes, chip shot damage, letting us get a big hit here, which is nice. Alright, Greninja lets us clear this. Ah, it doesn't. It doesn't this turn, though. Rats. Come on. Gosh, that's so freaking brutal. Are we dead? I think we're dead. Average stage 2 deck, really? Can I maneuver for a draw? I don't think so, right? Because this is at 120. Tough. I'm doing all right, Zeno. Okay, both our stage ones is nice. We're probably solid into Meowscarada with our 0 EXs. They're going to be more consistent than us with their ability to cry for help, though. These decks usually play Erica, but not other sustain. The stock Beedrill build is 1 Erica, 1 Cape. Or 2 Ericas, 1 Cape. If they don't heal, Greninja means we clear this cat through an evolution event, so we do 90 next turn, which is a lot. Which deck is better for ranked, Meowscarada, Magnezone, or the Beedrill one? I gotta be honest, I was pretty whelmed by the Magnezone build when we played it today. It felt like a pretty typical inconsistent double stage 2 deck to me. I'll be curious to see if it can put up more tournament results for a second week in a row. Yeah, 2 Beedrill lines is interesting. The stock build of this deck only plays one of the other one. Okay. Greninja probably wins the game on the spot. Oh, I think when we brick, we just take this stock out. The problem is if they have Beedrill, they're clearing the Float Soul. Hey, Loopy, thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. All right, no Beedrill. They're saying there's a chance. How many God packs have you opened? I've opened 2 God packs and 25,000 cards, which is a little bit below average. There's supposed to be 1 per 2,000 packs. All right, we're running a little bit better than our opponent here. I think I want to just get damage marked on the Kakuta so that way if they top deck Beedrill, I have a real chance to take it out. So can't finish it here, but put a very real amount of damage on it. All right, and that was probably their draw for the turn. Do they have Erica is the next question. Then the follow-up is, can they finally hit heads on a Shrink Shot? If they don't have Erica or Beedrill, we should be done here, I would wager. Finally found a heads, but a little bit too little, too late. Second frog, build it up. Can't attack or retreat. They can evolve into stage 1 cat, Florgato, and clear the float still here. But if they don't have Kakuta, they need stage 1s for both of these to not be dead to Ninja plus Cyrus. I guess they could also paralyze the Floatzel again, but... Oh yeah, that's right. The Kakuta died too, so they need the paralyze. Alright, Weasel is finally going down. Get to dole out the water shurikens. I think I hit the cat, because this way, even if they evolve it next turn, I can Cyrus plus Greninja to clear it. So they need Beedrill plus a sustain for this to not be dead to Greninja Cyrus. Okay, do you have a Beedrill as well? Nope. Cooked. Few ways to eat this Rhesus here for us. Frog with the quick cleanup. Flying Hot Dog Fox. That's such a good name for it. Dark Arceus. Likely Giratina Darkrai. Could be a brew, obviously. There's technically some Crobat enjoyers lurking around the edges of the format. Helek, thank you for the almost 2.5 years. Welcome back. Nice start here for us. Gonna hold on to the other Buziel because we are an Iono deck, so I might want to shuffle that back in at some point. Yep, there's the Darkrai. Can we research before we Iono? Nice, curving right up into Greninja. Splitting their energy is a curious choice. Do we think they're on Dawn? I think I'm gonna Shuriken and pull this Darkrai up. And force them to invest in this one that hits for less damage if they want to. Has less life too since they keep the other one. And now if they don't have another healing or sustain item, the Sea Weasel cleans this next turn. Yep. So sniffed out the Dawn on the split the difference that they did. Would really like to just top deck the Sea Weasel organically so I don't have to Iono my Frogadier away. Just lose the game on the spot if I don't find the Sea Weasel, so I think I gotta throw the Frogadier back, unfortunately. Feels bad that that's the case, but it's the correct thing to do, I think. So they're 2 turns away from attacking with Darkrai Arceus. Just gonna get my damage in while the getting is good. Dealing 30 this turn means that if they have just potion next turn, they can't get out of the extra damage from Attack the Wound. I think being proactive here with this is correct. I need either a baby weasel or a teenage frog next turn to have a shot. That's just the game again, isn't it? I'd try one more, but I feel like, unfortunately, this set has been a good lesson in why just playing good basics is good. Just like losing to the basic EX Pokemon, slowly charging up while we sit here and brick game after game on our stage 2 is like pretty quintessential Pokemon Pocket design at this point. The opponent's deck likely plays 2 copies of Leaf. I think Spirit Tomb with Cyrus doesn't accomplish anything. They have plenty of room for copies of Leaf because their deck is all supporters. With only 5 to 6 Pokemon. I Pokeballing first here, I think. Looking for Baby Frog and then Big Weasel. Perfect. New Charizard with Arceus and Fire Water Energy. Why would I want Fire and Water Energy? I think new Charizard with Arceus sounds fine. But what why would we want Water Energy? Water Energy sounds very bad with Charizard. Are you going for a top 1K emblem this season? Absolutely not. That sounds like an incredible waste of time. For comparison, if you have a 60% win rate and you're playing 10-minute games, it's going to take you, on average, hundreds of hours to get to where the people ranked at the top of the leaderboard are playing. They're playing just such an incredible number of games. You would, like, have to be willing to play literally hundreds of hours of Darkrai Giratina mirror matches. Which, I don't know. I'm sure that's fun for some people, but it doesn't sound remotely fun for me. Hey, Neptunes, thanks for checking out Call of Dragons at Reaching City Level 5. Slide into my DMs to collect your free gift sub to the channel as a thank you for checking out the sponsor. Wait a minute. Are they cooked? I think they're cooked, gamers. Come to Papa. Good night. Combo. I've assembled my stage 1 and my stage 2, and I had the supporter I needed, and now my opponent is completely destroyed. This is very easy to do and likely incredibly consistent. Attack the wound, Float Soul! Attack the wound! I know cards like Torterra are useless right now, but do you think they might add more cool support for them in the future? No, Pokemon Pocket's not a game like Marvel Snap, where they try and make every card somewhat playable or useful in some way. A lot of card designs in a game like Pokemon Pocket are just explicitly designed to be bad for the sake of filling your packs with bad cards that are misses. So, most of the cards that are unplayable in Pokemon Pocket now will remain unplayable. That's just an explicit design choice the developers have. I'm pretty sure we're just murdering the back Moltres, especially with second Greninja queued up here. Most cards in Pokemon are historically unplayable pack fillers. Yep. Alright, and they're cooked through the cape with our Greninja here. Obviously. All right. It's only 11 o'clock, but I'm kind of feeling hungry, chat. I'm going to throw this deck list up on the screen while I run and grab my lunch. When we get back from the ad break, we're going to be putting together Gengar Giratina, Gengar EX Giratina as our next one. If you'd like to steal this for the time being, there it is, BRB. I hate how I have to remove everything. I really hope deck imports and exports are on there. Are on their to-do list for this game. If you're just rejoining us after the adverts on the Twitch side, welcome back. If you'd like an easy way to support my content with just a little bit of your time, you can check out our sponsored game this week, Call of Dragons on PC. You get your City Hall to level 5 in that game. You can get a free gift sub to the channel as a thank you for supporting my content with a little bit of your time. Lets you dodge those adverts for the next little while. Nemesis! Thank you for the 56 months. Welcome back. Sabrina, 2 Cape, 2 Research, an Iono, a red, 2 Pokeballs, Potion, a hat. I want a Dawn. Dawn is fun. Deck codes and default flares. The 2 things the deck editor desperately needs in this game. Alright, here's our next pile, eh? Hey, Ray Tracer, thanks for re-upping that Prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Welcome back. Hey, Green Gem. Thanks for that 2nd month sub. Really appreciate the direct support. Welcome back. All right, we found our Ghastly gamers. Sammy Jammers, thanks for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Do you get the Master Ball emblem even if you demote afterwards? Absolutely not. Whenever you have a question about something like that with Pokemon Pocket's rank system, just ask yourself what is the most brutal, least forgiving thing they could possibly do, and then that's the answer to how it works. Like just literally every decision about ranked in this game is how can we make it brutal, longer, and more tedious. What are you snacking on? I went to one of the local breweries here in town for lunch yesterday. And I have some corn and other types of vegetables and some type of white sauce on a flatbread. That was left over from there. Brotherhood, thanks for the 49 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm going to put a Rocky helmet on here, so if they want to hit me, they're going to take some hits back. I think making stronger stage 1 for stage 2 lines would help them more with something like new item, and then something like new item or trainer cards. Yeah, I think we need more utility stage 1s. We need more designs like Kakuna. Or things that have good Pokemon abilities that can help make up for the fact that you get to play less items. Do I want to attack with this next turn? I'm not sure that I do. I think I'm just going to Broken Space Bellow. And then hopefully we top deck Haunter and we can retreat this and flip heads on Haunter to clear the Skarmory after it takes another 20 from the Rocky Helmet. So we're dead to Magnezone, yeah? They swap it in. And then clear Giratina, then they can clear either Ghastly or Haunter next turn, even through a cape. Yep. Play a stage 2 deck, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Gengar's a fan favorite. They would never have 2 or 3 copies of him be banned inside a Pokemon Pocket, right? Right? Mew? There's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Haunter at least confirmed is in fact in the deck. Poor Mew. This does not line up well into Tina at all. All right. We've located Ghastly. Kinda wish I wouldn't have caped. I would have saved a Rocky Helmet. Alas. I don't think there's any reason to red here, right? Can we just chill? That Giovanni would have been scarier if it had been I say if Giovanni had been red, we'd be knocking ourselves out to trade here. All right, so far Gengar has not shown up at all, and Giratina has managed to win us the game because Giratina is correct. All of my corn pizza bread is gone, and I am sad. D20 Bandit. Thanks for hanging out for 6 years. Welcome back. Could this deck consider playing a Pokemon Communication? That's probably not a bad idea. We have been the absolute champion of breaking the 66% of defined Ghastly. Well, I don't think you cut the Iono for Pokemon communication, right? So I think you play one of each. Well, I think we're dead. Are we? Maybe we're fine. Takes them 2 hits to clear us. I'll put a cape on it. And then we have red. Nah, we're fine. We'll be fine. Your asymmetrical distribution is killing me. Are you referring to my stream layout? I'm not sure what else asymmetrical distribution could be referring to. Is Ultra 3 to Ultra 4 the same points to Ultra 4 to Masters? Absolutely not. I think it's more every time. Every rung is more points than the rung before it. This Giratina Ghastly deck seems decent so far, lol. I assume they just build their back one at this point. So that way when I put mine up, they put theirs up and finish me. Okay. Happy Monday, Nuclears. Thanks for the 2/3 of a year. And we just can't ever win the game. All right, Gengar bud. I've got like 2 more bricks in me for you before we move along, I think. So far, unfortunately, Gengar is playing out exactly like he's played out in every other format before this one. Which is to say, inconsistent and not very powerful even when he comes together. We're really good at Pokeballing for the exact same basic we already have in play. Oh, we're gonna throw communication in. I'll do that after this game. Manaphy Porygon. They have Porygon Z Gamer? They must be, yeah. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. If we find a Haunter and hit heads, we clear Manaphy in one shot. And we're probably in a pretty good spot. It's only 1 in 6 to find the Hunter, and then we need to hit a head, so we're 1 in 12 for that to happen here. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, surprise stack and a prayer. We'll hit tails. Do, 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 do. Yeah, this is like the final boss for the deck. If we can't manage to beat Porygon Z, we gotta pack it up, pack it in. Let me begin. Birdman, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate that. My body is ready for them to have Porygon Z and for me to never have another Psychic Energy ever again. Oh yeah. Let's get buggy, gamers. All right, we do have a Dawn in the deck. We have a singular copy of Dawn! There she is! Gaze upon her, for she is beautiful. You're beautiful. Do do do. Be do 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 do. All right, so everything's coming up, Millhouse. We have a real shot, you could say. If they brick on their stage 1 here, I think they might be cooked. We have a shot, a spooky shot, some would say even. Ooh. That's interesting. Oh, do they have a copy of Red? They must have a copy of Red, yeah? It's unfortunate for us that we're playing Gengar. We've run into our only bad matchup, Buggy Beam. Yes, our only bad matchup, the Buggy Beam. I think we're going to be on the scoreboard here, gamers. I think Gengar is finally going to do a lap. Oh, they can't play red because of the Pokemon ability. That's so cracked, chat. Buy low. All right, I'll throw out Pokemon communication here, I think. I'm gonna cut the Rocky helmet. Buy into the Gengar dip. I promise you Gengar stocks can go lower. Don't buy yet. Hold. Hold. Hold and wait for it. They'll be free eventually. Oh, baby, we got an astonishing turn 1 here. Jigglypuff, Grass Energy. Meowscarada? Cat Wiggly put up some results. Would Rare Candy break the game? I don't even actually know that I'm convinced at this point that Rare Candy would meaningfully solve all of the problems these decks have, and I really think it would just be better if we had better Stage 1 designs. Rare Candy just essentially lets you play 4 copies of your Stage 1, while also being a little bit more aggressive with aggressive Stage 2s. I'm awake! I'm awake! I'm awake! I think getting the guaranteed energy on Giratina is better than flipping a coin to take their card away. We did shuffle away a baby Aerodactyl here. In the real TCG, the best Stage 1s have consistent abilities to help find their lines. Yeah, that's definitely what we need to make them better here for sure. Was that Mars 2, the Electric Boogaloo? Are they playing 16 Trader Wigglytuff, chat? It certainly looks like they're playing 16 Trader Wigglytuff. Oh wait, they had the what's it called? The Aerodactyls. There's probably Ambers in there somewhere, yeah. Oh, I should have Sabrina to clear the Wiggly, probably. Yeah, I don't know what matters. Rather than slouching, Chad, I'm gonna be a good boy and stand up. This is your reminder, if you're a fellow old such as myself and you've been sitting for a while, consider standing up and stretching, maybe getting a drink of water. If you're someone that's new to the channel, and you hear fellow old, just not talking to me, is he? I have a very simple test to tell if I am talking to you. If you've ever woken up feeling injured because you slept funny, I'm talking to you. Stand up and stretch. Frost Rotom. This is a fellow Float Soul enjoyer, I would wager. Is this ranked? Yes, we're playing Gengar against Frost Rotom Floatzel in ranked. That's definitely what you're currently watching on your screen. Oh, the music is different. You're right. I forgot about that. Any competitive Blastoise builds, none that have been found so far at least. I would wager he probably just has typical stage 2 problems. Just not quite powerful enough to make up for the inconsistency that that type of card has. My mom once told me there's no bad questions. Every live stream, Jeff proves that that's wrong. All right. They reloaded our hand into this glorious collection of cards. We're going down to 100. Then Floatzel puts us to 30, and then we go to 10, and then Floatzel clears us, and then Gengar's ready to go. Speaking of weird movies, we took the kids to see the Minecraft movie over the weekend, and what a truly strange plot. I don't know what exactly I was expecting going into it, but it wasn't what was delivered. It had a plot. Yeah, that's kind of a good way to put it, I think. What was it? It was genuinely one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Yeah, I think honestly it might be the same for me. I feel like an angry old man saying that, but like, it's just like, there were like flashing lights and colors, I guess, at various points. It had some okay entertaining moments, I suppose. I think I was kind of, so there's a set of Minecraft books called, I think it's Wood Sword, Stone Sword, the Wood Sword and Stone Sword Chronicles that are all, I enjoyed reading them with the boys, and the boys really liked them, and I felt like they had a pretty solid, cohesive storyline through them. Really reasonable for young adult fiction. I think I expected something closer to that. My 10-year-old turned to me during the movie and said, "What are we watching?" With the full Gengar line in hand, I'm actually going to research before we Pokeball, because I really just need a Ghastly this turn. Alright, Ghastly, come on, bud. You can do it, Ghastly. Alright, I almost said this is guaranteed to be a Ghastly, but that's not true. It could be a Haunter as well. Coin flip. If this draw just isn't the epitome of a stage 2 deck, I don't know what is. Oh, see, I thought the Mario movie was fine. It at least had a relatively typical plot, I think. I wouldn't say it was like groundbreaking or anything, but it was fine. You show a good fire deck after the match. You should check out my best decks tier list roundup on the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel. As my preferred build of Charizard Moltres in it. Definitely the best fire thing you can be doing right now. Alright, we're gonna give Gengar one more shot, and then I think, speaking of fire decks, we have a Charizard Arceus built around for our next one, which I think sounds alright. One of the upsides to new Charizard requires little energy investment, so following it up with an Arceus after sounds very reasonable. Alright, we have a cape, so Haunter doesn't die in 2 to Farfetch'd at least. Actually unsure. I'm pretty sure I'd rather just activate Giratina than flip a coin for Astonish here. I think I attach this energy here, so that way if they Giovanni me, or if they... Or if I don't draw Gengar, Giratina's ready to go. Yeah, my feelings from playing this deck are basically, man, Giratina is a cracked push Pokemon pocket card. It is just like dragging this incredibly limp stage 2 across the finish line again and again and again. Well, we played around that at least, I suppose. We'd have found the Gengar too. It's a shame we just got run down. Honestly, that sequence there kind of makes me think we should probably have the higher HP Haunter. You're just not attacking with it a lot of the time anyways, and you're activating Tina. You might as well have more HP so you live through hits like that. And they don't have another basic Pokemon. Sabrina probably gets us the win here. Maybe. I guess it's not enough to clear Arceus in one. Yeah, we're super dead. Alright, we're gonna let some adverts roll. We're gonna go ahead and build Arceus Charizard for games when we return. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, and especially the folks that have sent in some viewer deck submissions. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Hey, Trice, thank you for the brand new Prime support. There's a ton of great people you can send that to on Twitch. Thanks for sending it my way this month and helping keep me around. Those direct supports are a big part of why I'm able to do this as a job. I kind of hate that it's 2 button clicks to get rid of cards now. Makes it so much more tedious to change cards out in a deck like this. Oh, wait. You have shiny friends, yes. I was like, I can't believe I haven't flared those Charmeleons yet. We flared the shiny ones. You still play Marvel Snap? Yeah, I post Marvel Snap videos 5 to 7 days a week on YouTube still. And we stream it 2 to 4 days a week, depending on what the schedule looks like. We need more basics for Arceus to be reasonable. I think we're a Heatran deck still. Hey, BJ. Thank you for the Baker's Dozen. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Are there any other good mobile card games? Not that I'm playing. Using an Android emulator to play on PC. Yep. Why not use the Crown Arceus? I only have one of them. I like my cards to match. I play any paper card games? Nah, I just don't have time for that in my life. Does Genshin count as a mobile card game? I wish Genshin's TCG had a standalone client, because it's mechanically a very good game. It's just impossible for people to get into because they have to play so much of the actual Genshin game first. Probably just like a second cape. I guess I could play another basic, like a Rotom. A 7th basic is probably what I want. I think it's for Retreat Rotom. Oh, you know what I probably want? I probably want a Leaf for the games where Arceus gets stuck as my lead. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Arcanine is not a playable card right now, unfortunately. You ever played Gwent? I did not. I was pretty all in on Magic the Gathering when Gwent released and was popular, and by the time I was out and around exploring other digital card games, Gwent was already on life support. I've actually completed Witcher's 3 main story on both regular and New Game Plus and never played a single game of Gwent. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think Digimon's the only upcoming digital card game that I have on my radar. I might give the Alestrals game a try. It's an indie game, but I've heard good things about it from a gameplay perspective. New Shadowverse game. Was not aware that a new Shadowverse game coming was the thing. You are literally the first I've heard of it. I guess this hasn't really worked out for me at all here, huh? I waited to stoke for the Charizard so I could live the Marshadow, but now we're not going to live the Marshadow, right? I think we're just dead. I don't think I can win the game from here. I guess maybe there's a world where they don't have Rampardos, so then we're okay, but no, we don't really have any information about the upcoming Digimon game at all. This is such a bad exchange for me. I'm trading what's effectively 2 energy and 2 points for 1 energy and 1 point. Yeah, the Rampardos means we're just dead. on to another. What is Shadowverse's gameplay like? Obviously, when they re-image it or whatever, it could be drastically different, but... They're having a $700,000 first place prize for Worlds. Oh! Almost $1 million prize. Where have I heard of that one before? Interesting, interesting. We don't talk about Artifact. Yep. Poor Bruno. Brosnan, thank you for the 28 months. If I'm being honest, I'm automatically a little bit weary of any game that's trying to go in hard on esports. We fell into and out of Masters ranked like 5 or 6 times this morning playing Meowscarada Magnezone. That's true. Look at Marvel Snap Esports. Oh, wait. So funny fact about Marvel Snap Esports is the Snap China, that's run by NetEase, actually been going really hard in the esports area. Is interesting to see a very different dynamic than what we have here in the West. Can you give me tips on how to navigate the Meowscarada zone deck against Giratina Darkrai? I would recommend drawing your stage 2s. Truly, I was really pretty whelmed by the Meowscarada zone deck today. It felt incredibly high variance. Yes, draft mode is also live in Marvel Snap's China version as well. Are they cooked, chat? I think our Charizard means they're cooked. They could leaf this Tina out, I guess. But if they, like, retreat it organically, they're gonna lose the energy, and they're so far away from having a second attacker. Pantheon, thank you for the 69-month resubscription. That's a really long time. Welcome back. What a nice resub. Yeah, as they now pivot to try and build up this back one. I suppose taking the Rocky Helmet hit means I lose my Charizard to red next turn. So I think I actually Sabrina here so we don't die to red, yeah? I still get my first 2 knockout points, then I get my second 2 next turn? Yeah. When we have the Sabrina, we're no longer dead to red, then they're kind of cooked. Hey, Kaz, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate your continued generosity. Welcome back. Hope your Monday's off to a good start. Hey, Assassin. Thanks for checking out our new game sponsor and getting your great haul to level 5. Enjoy your gift sub to the channel as a thank you. If you're someone that enjoys my content, but you haven't been in a position to financially support directly, but you have a computer and a little bit of time on your hands, you can check out our sponsored game this week, Call of Dragons. Takes less than a half hour typically to get your haul to level 5 as a way to support my content while checking out a new game. I don't know what exactly we're looking for here. I kind of wouldn't mind like a Charmander and an Arceus, so I think I'm gonna... I'll burn the Pokeballs. I'm kind of surprised they hit my boy here. What do I think of digging for a Charmander with this? I'm kind of into it. If they have old Charizard, we're in trouble. If they're on new Charizard, we're okay. I have not played any of Blastoise with the new pack yet. If they don't have any healing, the red just cleans them out here. Which is why I was a little surprised they hit our Heatran when they did. I guess I could have Wigglytuff or another sustain item to keep it alive. Alright, and they're probably cooked on that swing and a miss. Good night. I think a 1-1 split on Charizard is worth considering. I think if you're looking to be optimal, you're not playing Charizard at all, and if you're looking to be optimal while playing Charizard, you're probably just only playing old Charizard. First, I think I'm gonna lead Heatran still. Rotom. It's kind of rude. Must be Carnivine Arceus stuff. If this is Arceus, I might move the Charmander up to the active spot. Exposes us to Arceus Carnivine, I guess. What do you think? I think we do the Truffle Shuffle here. Pikachu, Electabuzz, Lieutenant Surge in the mix. Yeah, we could do some type of mix like that. Are you looking for new EX Pikachu or like old Raichu Pikachu? I think would be my question. It's so unfortunate when someone plays a terrible copy of Mars, they don't shuffle us into the card we're looking for. Whatever you think works better. Okay, and then are you dead set on Lieutenant Surge or one of the Pokemon lines? Just so I know, like, what you're looking to get out of the build around. Charizard? There he is, gamers. I'm putting an energy on Heatran. Yeah, if you want me to just revisit the Pika-Buzz deck from earlier this expansion, I'm happy to do that. So they are 2 turns away from Arceus being online. But I'm not sure we can maneuver into a spot that's good for us here. Do we Sabrina to kind of force them to have more basics here? I think so. Surge is the card you want to build around. Okay. I'm not sure we'll do new Pikachu if we want to focus on Surge. I feel like new Pikachu and Surge are kind of counterintuitive to each other. We could try some Raichu maybe. Red and basics, all very dead for us here. Yeah, GG about it. I think I messed that up. If I would have not put the energy on the Heatran, I could have used the Charizard to clear the Rotom holding the Sabrina, and then my Arceus would have come up with 3 energy, and then the Sabrina would have gotten me my last point. So I think my energy on the Heatran was wrong that game. If I didn't do that, we would have, I think Heatran is better in the current Metavine as opposed to Carnivine. I don't know. I don't think either are amazing. Like, neither of them are putting up top results in anything. Charmander, cool. So looking for an Arceus and a Charizard here. Got a lot of card selection to dig for it. Basically want to just hit our Charizard on curve and then be able to pull the Heatran out once we're ready. And actually, with them having a Rotom lead, I think we pull this out now, so that way my Charmander doesn't take a pop shot. We could try Electabuzz, Electivire with, like, Magnezone with Surge. Could be interesting. Alright, this hopefully helps us find Charizard next turn. What's our deck right now? It's 2 Charizard, a Charmeleon, a Heatran. So we're 50% on this communication. If we draw a non-Charizard Pokemon, it'll go up to 66%. They have Psychic Energy in their deck. What do I think they're doing with Psychic Energy? Giratina? Yeah, could be Giratina. Could be an auto deck include. The auto deck doesn't include Psychic Energy when you put Rotema in. So the Psychic Energy is because there's another Pokemon line. The auto energy tool is based off of energy in the attacks, not the energies in the type of the Pokemon. So the deck editor is terrible, but it's not quite that terrible, gamers. So we're ready to get steamy here. Are we though? Are we? I mean, 1 and 2 coins on there were kind of the same because they both require the same number of Stokes and energies from me, so that buys them a turn. But it means I have Arceus set up behind it now, which is fine as well. And they're not exactly threatening a big burst of damage, yeah? It is Tina for the psychic energy in their deck. Good job sniffing that out, gamers. Definitely not Ionoing. We like our copy of Red and Sabrina in hand here. So they could put Arceus up and smash us for 130, but they don't have a follow-up. And if they have a copy of Cape, I have a copy of Red. I suppose they could have a copy of Cyrus and take 2 points here. Would be their best possible. That's still not quite enough. They don't have any attackers as a follow-up here. I think I go ahead and put a Cape on this to play around like a stray copy of, I don't know, Farfetch'd, I suppose. Yeah, Rotom only hits bench, so that's not a concern. And even if they have a way to wriggle out of this Charizard, we have Arceus geared up and ready to go. Ooh, yeah, that's a good call. This gets around Dawn Heatran if they had Fire Energy, which they don't. Yeah, playing Psychic Energy seems ambitious. Okay, that buys them a turn. Assuming I don't draw my copy of Leaf, which we've not played yet. 1 and 4 for that. They could have Arceus, attach energy to Giratina, Cyrus up my Charizard, clear it, plus put Cape on to not die to my Arceus, but that's a pretty specific combination of things, and if I top deck a basic, we still get out of it. At what point total does 10k ring start? Around 1500, I believe. But it's also a moving target. Last I heard it was around 1500. That number will go up as we get deeper into the season, I assume. Charmander, but we have Heatran with Arceus here, so I think we just basically always lead that. We have the free retreat option available. Ooh. Alright, well, I mean, it's a pretty solid piece of candy for us, all things considered. Alright, don't hit Heatran. You won't like him when he's angry, Eevee. Drudagon Leafeon. Turtwig. Okay. Big Turtle gets cooked in 1 from Charizard, yeah. That's big, but it's not that big. Torterra is 160 HP with Fire Weakness. Okay. So I can technically get out of range with the cape. Correct. It can't attack twice in a row. How you feel about the random queue so far? Honestly, the games have been fine. There's been a much better range of deck variety here, too, than the Sweaty Ladder, so I feel like I have to imagine myself hit some more random ones like this that are a little but by and large, I think it's a more enjoyable experience than constantly playing into the same 2 or 3 decks. I think we finished in Masters when we switched off of rank today, or maybe we're 1 outside of it. I'll probably make sure we get to Masters and stay there, and then mostly just play the unranked queue from here on out until the new season, just because you get punished if you fall out. Unironically, and maybe it'll change season to season, but my anecdotes are Pokemon Pocket's ranked mode is probably the least varied TCG ranked mode I've ever experienced, and I guess that kind of follows suit looking at the top tournament results from the regular paper TCG. They tend to not be very varied. Hold on to this other one for the communication here. Our back and forth does not line up well into a Floatzel, huh? The top 8 decks for this past weekend were Badoo decks. Wait, like all 8 of them were the same thing? That's kind of wild if so. Five out of the top 8 were Dragapult, but every deck played Badoo as a card. Oh, a utility card being common is less bad, but 5 out of 8 being the same thing is that's better than some metagames, worse than others. It sounds mostly fine, honestly. If it was constantly 5 out of 8, maybe not good. thin the Charmander. And the question here is, can Arceus carry while Charizard fell short for us? Honestly, don't know. They have another Float Soul. If they have another Float Soul and they have the evolution, we might have a hard time, especially if Misty rears her ugly head. The Dragapult decks had about 30% meta share this past month for Paper DCG, but that's 30% of top finishes, right? You don't get starting distribution from their bigger tournaments. Okay, Arceus carried. Solid, mate. Love to lead Heatran. Thank you for asking. Water energy Bidoof. 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 Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Look at that, Beavery Gamer. Why is non-EX Gyarados bad in this metagame? Why would it be good? Can you sell me on it being good? And then, not only do you need to sell on it being good, but why is it better than playing the EX, which you could also just do? I think I'm actually not playing out basic Pokemon, so that way if they want to attack, they have to mark damage on Heatran. Well, we got through almost 4 hours of gameplay before someone decided to DC on us. I guess we'll bounce and get another one. Must be playing saltwater for energy. LOL. Hey, Paint, thanks for the shirt compliment. One of my wonderful sponsors. Some group I've worked with for a while called Into the AM. A bunch of really awesome graphical designs up on their site. Most of my closet comes from them at this point. So we have our full Charizard. The question is just going to be is, do they have their Gyarados ready to go? Because they have Gyarados with first energy advantage with Manaphy. I imagine they run us down. Non-Gyarados EX has decent health. See, I'd actually disagree with that. I think in order to quantify as decent health in our current metagame, you need to be able to survive a hit from Giratina plus a Darkrai chip shot, looking at the decks that are common in the meta. I would go so far as to say, likely one of the reasons that card, Baby Gyarados, has not gained any traction is because it explicitly does not have a health pool. It's very good in the current metagame. Have Pokemon tournaments stopped happening? I am personally not hosting any Pokemon tournaments. The last one that we didn't have particularly good metrics for content around it. There are still community tournaments happening in general, but the amount of people participating in them has been greatly decreased since they added the ranked option to the game. I think the Ursi Day tournament had less than 800 competitors for like the first time ever since the game released. Now, just a Wug Trio, I think we're going to be okay here, because we're going to evolve, get our energies, and then play out some bench Pokemon next turn. And Charizard clears Wug Trio in one. Even if all 3 Wug hits go on Charizard, it's still only 170 with weakness. We obviously have some friends here to make sure that that doesn't happen. I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense that tournament participation is way down with ranked ladder. The cold, hard truth of the matter is a majority of the people playing in TCG tournaments are what we would refer to as dead money. And if you're not likely to win the entire tournament, you're best off just like, you know, playing something else like the ranked ladder instead. Rather than playing the thing where you're mostly wasting your time. I guess we could die to second Wug Trio here, yeah? You need 2 of their 3 hits to hit Charizard. Oh, was I supposed to... I was gonna say, so I was supposed to Iono for a cape, but I have red. Nice, cool. Look at our fire triumph over the water gamers. Red commanding Charizard to defy the odds. There's an anime story we can all get behind. Jeff, would you say the lack of diversity in the ladder is an issue of game design or something due to not enough cards the game will be resolved with more packs? So it's funny, this is the second time this has come up today, and I almost feel like I need to make a video about this because I heard a really big Pokemon Pocket content creator say something along the lines of they said the game balance would get better the more cards are added to the game, and the metagames only narrow right now. The metagames only narrow right now because there aren't enough cards in the game. And that's really just not how card games work in general. In fact, the more cards that get added to a game, the higher probability there is that multiple cards will be like Arceus or Giratina level busted and be one of only a handful of things you can do. I just think game design's really hard, and if they're not willing to do live balance like Marvel Snap does or regularly ban things, you're basically just never going to have a very diverse metagame when people are both hammering lots of games on a ladder, finding optimizations for the known good decks quickly, and having a really punishing ladder system where you're heavily discouraged from trying to innovate. Ladder systems are deeply bad for games to not stagnate. Ladder systems heavily encourage people not to innovate and just sit there and only play the known good decks. We're gonna see one more expansion, I swear. Something like that. No, yeah, if anything, I would expect the odds of game balance gets worse the more packs we get, not better, is typically the experience of other games. And so sometimes they knock it out of the park and it's really, really good, but my anecdote is definitely it does not get better with more cards, it gets worse. Speaking of things that get worse the more of them you have, enjoy these adverts, gamers. If you want to dodge the ads on the Twitch side, you can be sure to check out Call of Dragons, our sponsored game, to get yourself a free Twitch sub. Otherwise, we'll see you in a couple of minutes. We're going to build some Lieutenant Surge Electabuzz when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I have some packs to open, yeah? I think those came up while we were playing today. I haven't finished my dailies yet, technically. You have 600 points. So many more of these packs to open. We're going to open these until I hit 1250 for a 2-star and then move on from there. Ooh. If games got more balanced, the more cards they added, they wouldn't need to have rotations. That's a great way to put it, yeah. Yeah, unironically, Casimir, while I'll never tell you Snap's metagame is eternally perfect, their dedication to consistently doing live balance is really good for the game. Oh, you know what? My water's almost gone. I'm gonna run in. I'm gonna fill that real quick. Hear me. Do you think the promo cards are kind of like OTAs? Not at all. Most of the promo cards are unplayable. All of them have been unplayable. Like the promo Mankey is like the only one that's been remotely serviceable. I guess Jigglypuff if you squint, but that was never top tier. It was just like B tier serviceable. Assuredly, there will be a 2-star in my Wonder Picks again someday, yes. Someday there will be a 2-star for me to look at longingly. Promo Misdreavia is. Oh, I forgot how Promo Misdreavia is, but like Mismagius was never a good card either, right? So like kinda, but also no. Magnezone. Magneton. We should do Mismagius again at some point. At some point I need to do Mismagius Giratina. We will do that later this week. At some point. Like Thunder Spear Electabuzz. Like Fire. Some copies of Surge. I think you need 2 capes in Electivire decks just because 120 HP is a little on the low side. I don't think I need Leaf. I don't think. Do I need red? 130 and 140. Not amazing breakpoints. We lose the Sabrina and the red. Keep the communication and the Iono. Mismagius was something of your choice. Thanks, Comics Cave. That'll be our last exhibition today, and I guess we'll be finishing on Mismagius Giratina. All right, I think we're gonna go from here. Let's go from here. Do you not have full art Surge? I do not. Pikachu packs are the ones I open the least of from that expansion. Where did we finish on rank today, by the way? We finished 1 match outside of Masters. I'll have to try and win that back at some point so we can sit there. Giratina Pidgeot. It's a fun combination. What's the timing lineup like on these? We go Evolve, Charge, and then they clear us. We're actually just cooked here, yeah? Right? We're dead? Giratina is such a good Pokemon pocket card. I still can't believe there were real living, breathing human beings who, when I called Giratina likely the best DX of the set before the set release, they were like, nah, might not be. I was absolutely floored. All right, so our chance to win here is this takes a hit, And then we find Magnezone next turn and finish this if they don't have any other healing. Not a guarantee, but it's our line. Two Nidoking, one Nidoqueen. Man, that's a name I haven't thought about in a while. I would take a Nido build around on a regular donation, Dylan, but I think I'm full on deck submissions for today. We're gonna play this one for an hour and an hour or so probably, and then we've got one more queued up already. We're gonna do some more. This won't be the last viewer deck day that we do for sure though. Have some others. You think it's a problem that good decks involve energy, cheating, / acceleration? Nah. I think in general, trying to paint blanket mechanics like that as a bad thing is silly. If I had to articulate what I feel like are the design problems in Pokemon Pocket right now, it's that the EX basic Pokemon have stats that are too good, and the Stage 1 Pokemon in lines to your Stage 2s don't have enough utility. Like, I get that this is like a 1-point Pokemon versus a 2-point Pokemon, but like the fact that these things have comparable stats and mine takes 3 cards to assemble is like deeply problematic. The utility cards are so good in this game. Like, having to play less of them is a real cost. This spot that we're in right now, I feel like kind of highlights why I'm not sure Surge is actually better than Volkner in this style of deck. My question is, will they follow other digital TCGs and buff and nerf cards? I would assume they're not going to, Simulander. I would assume if they were going to do card rebalances, we would have seen some by now in 6 months. I expect the churn in the metagame will just be the constant power creep every month when they release new cards. Speaking of Volkner, wake up, sheeple. I played something similar to this, and I was playing 1 Volkner and 2 Volkner and 1 Surge. I can see that. They should rename the game to Trainer Pocket. I think I would co-sign the copium from chat. If they were going to do game balance in this game, it would probably happen with the next pack, since this was our first ranked season and we didn't have any in-client real play before then. Okay, if I draw Lieutenant Surge here, we get to kill this. Never lucky rubber ducky. Well, I guess we still kill it. We just do it with the zone. How often do they release packs? Once a month, it looks like. I would assume we'll get a new pack when this season ends. I am really curious to see if we get a new pack, how many EX Pokemon are in it. Because if they give us another 9 EX pack at the end of this month, I think there's a very good chance I'm going to be publishing a video with a title along the lines of Pokemon Pocket's economy is awful, while I run through the numbers of what those details are. Because if they're gonna release 9 EX Pokemon every 4 weeks, it's not even just bad for free-to-play players. Well, obviously it's atrocious for them. It's also really bad for spending players. Like when they're releasing effectively 5 EX Pokemon a month, you can expect to spend around $100 and have everything right away. But with 9 EX, that number goes up dramatically and is much higher variance. I bet they do 2 packs with 10 EX in between them. Same difference, Derek. The number one thing is that the total number of packs doesn't actually matter. It's the number of EXs being released. So two packs with 10 EXs or 1 pack with 9 is functionally the same for all intents and purposes. Unless only one of them is playable again. That's true. I actually think this latest expansion would have felt even more painful if more of the EXs were playable. At least as is, you basically only need your 2 copies of Giratina, and you could get one of them for free with the event deck ticket. Imagine if 4 or 5 of the 9 EXs they released in this latest expansion were like must-have meta staples. Yes, especially with ranked. Isn't Beedrill good? I mean, like, there's a difference between playable and good. I think there are a handful of the EX Pokemon from the latest set that you can play and not be completely embarrassed while playing them, but Giratina is basically the only one that's actively good. We have Electivires. I'm keeping this just in case they have Lucario plus their stage 1 for Gigalgabite. Yes, Giratina being the one really playable one while also being the immersive, making it more accessible is a big deal. Yeah, this is one of those spots where, imagine this Lieutenant Surge is instead a copy of, what's it called? Volkner. Oh, I'd be able to slide up the Electivire and put 2 energies on it. He's looking more like Private Surge based on his playability. Yeah. Cooked. So far, Pocket's been batting very high on the playabilities of the immersives. Yeah, for sure. Which is a good thing in terms of accessibility. This may be an odd question. There's another streamer I watch who's considering going full-time. Do you have any advice other than your YouTube income breakdowns? My only real piece of advice for people who want to do content full-time is that you absolutely should not quit your day job until you are making money you can live off of from content. And honestly, even that probably isn't enough because content income is very volatile. You probably want to be making slightly more than what you need to actually exist, so that way when you have your first bad month, which is bound to happen, you're not gonna, like, be hurting in a bad spot. That's a question I get asked with some frequency from especially smaller creators, like, how did you know when you were going to go full-time? And I was like, well, when it was paying me money that could be full-time, I went full-time. It's actually insane how we're just basically dead from here, yeah? How do I ever win the game from here? What's the line? I could charge up and hit them with Magnezone, I guess. But again, if this was Volkner, maybe, I guess probably not even, yeah? We'd also be losing other things from you'd have from a salaried job like insurance. Yeah. One of my many steps in the pressure cooker of our current society that pushed me towards my deep liberal feelings that I have today is when I finished my second year, or about halfway into my second year, where I was making good money doing content full time. My wife has a corporate job, which, you know, she doesn't hate, but she doesn't love it either. So we looked into what it would take if she quit her job and just I worked to provide for her family. And about a decade ago, for our then family of 4, it would cost us upwards of 40,000 USD per year to replace the health insurance her large corporation provides for our family on the open market. And for people who live in developed countries that don't understand for-profit healthcare, you need to understand that 40,000 USD per year for that health insurance still has copays for doctor's visits and emergency room visits. You still pay for a lot of things like prescription drugs out of pocket. It's literally, you pay 40 grand per year in case you or someone in your family gets sick or gets hit by a car or something, and you have hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in medical bills. You don't go bankrupt. And if you're wondering, well, Jeff, how do normal people who don't have a significant other with good corporate jobs afford that? They don't. They just don't go to the doctor and they die or they go bankrupt. Medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy in the United States for this reason. Skarmory's weak to lightning here, so we might have a shot. Why do some countries have free healthcare and others don't? So, I want to make it really clear that no healthcare is free. It's just many other developed countries outside of the United States elect to pay for healthcare for their citizens via taxes, as opposed to allowing companies to make a profit off of it on the open market. Because they came to the correct realization that profiting off people being sick is abhorrent and wrong. The Monkey Fossil deck carried me all the way through Ultra 2 into 3, went 31 and 8. Nice. Yeah, that deck did a lot of my Ultra lifting. I think we might be cooked by a giant hammer gamers. Well, I suppose I don't have to burn an energy here this turn. I can do this. And I guess I'm going digging for an Electabuzz. I'm like, once again, these Lieutenant Surges in my hand, I'm looking at them and I'm like, man, if you were a Volkner, this Electivire has a chance to be good, but you're not, so it doesn't. All that healthcare stuff is true, but sometimes you do get an extra Pokemon TCG Pocket Pack at McDonald's. Booster packs. Alright, it's fine. Nobody panic. Their tickets had never flipped heads. They don't have it! Sometimes lucky. Alright. I'm gonna build and play some Mismagius gaming up next. We have a submission for Mismagius, and we're gonna pair with Giratina. But alas, Lieutenant Surge seems like a card that we probably won't revisit again. The last couple of times we did it, the results were very schmedium. I think this deck is almost assuredly strictly better if you cut the Surges for Vulcaners, and even that is probably still only okay. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Don't go anywhere. We're going to explore my favorite ghost in a hat when we return. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna run upstairs and grab a sweet drink real quick. Hear me? You seem so much more upbeat playing this queue rather than the ranked ladder. It's hard to fully put into the words how soul-sucking and draining the ladder is. More so than any other ladder system in any game I've ever touched. I think the quality of the games has been fine. I think we'll probably hang out in the chill queue. We won't do all viewer deck days, but we'll do some more of them. We'll probably do mostly viewer decks this week if we have them coming in. Just because it's been a little while since we did them. There's a few things I want to explore at some point too still. Although sometimes they get submitted, like Mismagius Giratina was on my list of things I wanted to try, and we're going to do that next. Again, looking at numbers here today for us and some of the other content creators, it seems like we've hit that kind of mid-set low point. 3 weeks, being over 2 weeks past the most recent set release. Interest is a little bit lower, which is about expected, I'd say. What league are you in? We got into Masters last week. Played until we got there. IRL, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Phoenix, thanks for the over 2 years. Do I want deal 20 Mischievous or Confusory Mischievous? I actually think deal 20 Mischievous might be better in a world where... Well... I guess the Confusory's okay. I don't know. That's close. The pack opening simulator added a ranked ladder. They did. Not only did they add a ranked ladder, but it is the most tedious, grindy, punishing, unforgiving ranked ladder I've ever experienced in any card game ever. A truly, truly baffling decision given how casual the game was framed to start. And speaking of Dawn, I think I want some Dawns in here so that way Mismagius can attack turn 2 while going first. Copy a Red, copy a Cyrus, maybe a Sabrina. Do I want Iono in here? I don't think I do. Dawn Communication's probably fine. I'll also say one thing that I found incredibly validating is there were a bunch of people who were very assertively ranked was gonna make it so people really cared about ranked in content for this game. And I think if you look at all of the biggest Pokemon Pocket content creators across both Twitch and YouTube, I don't think any of them hit Masters in the first week. And I think there's a number of them that still aren't even Masters now, just because the thing that actually does numbers for content is like playing different decks. People want to see things explored. They don't just want to sit there and see someone post a highlight with their, oh, I played 17 Trainer Giratina for 800 games and my MMR went up 10 points. Or whatever it is. And a few more slots in here. Do I want some more sustain? I might honestly just want a bunch of sustain. Start here and go from there. How many packs do I open till now? I believe there are 25,000 cards in my Pokemon Pocket collection. It's funny, I hemmed and hawed about which Mischievous I wanted to play, and we immediately queue into a matchup where I wish I had the Confusion one. Maybe we'll swap that after this game. I mean, unironically, we're just on the Giratina Carry Me game plan, yeah? Stop me if you've heard this one before. Next turn we get to swap and rid. Almost fumbled that. Good night. Just made it to Ultra 4 in Giratina Pocket. Yep. Sabrina is lethal. What do you think killed Hex Shards of Fate? Man, that's a complicated question. Or a whole lot of things that went wrong with that one. Honestly, I think even without the WotC lawsuit, they were probably doomed from the start. Because they overpromised on their Kickstarter. They were just never gonna hit all the things they put forward that they wanted to do. Hey, there's my hat lady. See, look, chat. She can finish as a deal 70 for 2. Whoop. One schnoot boop. Tina carried while she was nowhere to be found. Okay, I'm gonna swap the Mischievouses. Having confusion on demand against the other bigger attackers. Attacking for 20 into Rocky Helmets doesn't sound very appealing. We're going second. Against Tina. Hi, Tina. And hey, look, I wouldn't have wanted to attack for 20 anyways. Might as well confuse them. Am I confusing them? No, I'm just activating Giratina for the turn, yeah? Every time. Just charge in my demon. Is Giratina actually broken, or is it just Darkrai a great synergy? I mean, you could look at the very real fact that, like, there's way more than just Darkrai Tina. That's a good Tina deck. I mean, speaking of, it's literally just energy, activate, and then they hit us, and then our Tina kills their Tina. This is... And I actually think this is a problem from a design perspective, talking about Giratina. One of the problems with Giratina from a design standpoint is what we're staring at right here, which is the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a Giratina is a good guy with a Giratina. I think it is actually atrocious card game design when the best counter to a card is itself. And I think that that's part of the problem with Giratina in our current metagame, is one of the best answers to it is just play your own. That's why I actually think Mew remains one of the most elegant cards they've printed in this game to date. It was a really sweet counter card that wasn't an inherent threat in and of itself against everything. So it wasn't just you built Mew decks, it was you built decks and could reach for Mew as a tech card if you needed it. I liked Mew's design a lot. Mismagius is looking really good here. The confusion along with the chunk of damage, so our Tina can clear theirs. Looks like a really solid 1-2 punch. Cool. Yeah, in some ways, Giratina is kind of like a basic version of Magnezone, for sure. I think that's a fairly apt comparison. Ooh, gamers. If we could top deck Mismagius, we can get him next turn. We'd have to top deck it organically though. 1N7. We can't research into it. So we can't dawn. I guess. Did you ever have success with Magnezone and Giratina together? It's just a tough sell to play Stage 2 alongside Giratina instead of playing other good basics or even Stage 1s. Like, I think there's maybe a compelling discussion to have to, like, play this particular build, but even that's a little, like, eh. Really surprised they evolved there. Maybe they have a Pokemon Center lady, but definitely feels like they should have, feels like they should have waited to be able to evolve to clear the status condition. That's a lot of healing. Why is it Pokemon Center Lady and not Nurse Joy? The same reason it's red instead of Ash and blue instead of Gary. Play out this other Giratina, so that way if they hit heads on their thing again, they're less likely to clear all my stuff. Oh, I should have potioned this. That was a mistake. When I get it above a 50 breakpoint. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, I mean, if they have their other one trio, we're probably in trouble here. Ideally, they lose one of these flips at some point on the confusion. Two of them so far. Yeah, red means if they win their flip and they hit the lead one twice, they get us. We're actually just cooked, yeah? Because I deal 20 to myself. Okay, that means we're technically not dead on board. Likely dead. I had Dawn in case something like that happens, CJ. Alright, they are 2/3 for Wiglet to win the game. They are 100% for Wugtrio to win the game. What a chode. Hey, we've been playing Pokemon Pocket for 5 hours. That was the first person that acted like a total turd. That ratio's not bad. One total turd in 5 hours. It's a good rate for the typical gamer you encounter. Figured it would be a red card gamer at that. Yep. Real. The unranked queue doesn't seem that much different than rank. I do disagree with that. There's definitely a much higher density of Giratina Darkrai in ranked. It's not non-existent here, but it's definitely less of it. We're just going to do a very poor 17 Trainer Tina impersonation this game so far. No Magna. Magneton is good for us. I think I'm supposed to turn this into a basic, so I'm not attaching my energy to nothing this turn, essentially. I think I cape and heal, so that way they have to have a red to clear me with the big cap. Are there any remotely compelling Psychic decks that could forego playing Giratina EX, maybe Lake Trio? There was actually a Lake Trio Giratina deck that top 16 the Ursi Day tournament this past weekend. So no, even Lake Trio wants to play Giratina. Card's just so pushed. Really strange choice on their part to give us the cat with 2 energy on it. Feels like they're supposed to put something else up and save this for top decking the big cat. Small mistake from them for sure. Probably cost them. I guess they get the big cat this turn and then I don't clear it in one and they clear me and I never find Mismagius, but wasn't my Mismagius deck sweet, chat? Look at my Mismagius. It's the Strevius is there on the bench, providing moral support. They're cheering on Tina. Tina, Tina, Tina. Yeah. Those penetrating eyes, chat. Speaking of penetrating eyes, holy. I mean, like, they're just dead, yeah? Like, they can have some healing, but I'm dealing 260? So an Irida plus double potion still only gets them back to 130. Cool. My Mismagius deck is sweet. Crunch. Oh, you know what? I should have potioned and caped just in case they have red. Technically a mistake here. What's the best deck to climb with? Here are a whole bunch of deck roundup videos on my channel, Casey. I posted one over the weekend talking about the decks that I use to climb to Masters. I posted... oh no! I posted a meta report this morning from the tournament stuff over the weekend. There's a tier list roundup from last week, so... Good range of things that are all fine in different ways. Look, we just didn't put the cape on it because I wanted Mismagius to actually get some showtime chip. She just wants a chance to actually win the game. In fact, I'm gonna take this Giratina and throw it back in my deck. Just so everybody knows, this game is all about the ghosts. So, are we done here? Hey, everybody's making fun of my ghosts. So you know what? To prove a point, we're 9 points away from getting back to Masters for the 7th time today. I'm gonna let the ghost put us back into Masters so we can sit there for the season. Because I believe. Are you not a believer, chat? Yeah, do you not think I'll take the ghost and play it here? Because I'll do it, I swear! Ultra 3 incoming. Ultra 3 bound, yep. We played Magnezone Cat in the raid queue this morning, and we won one less game than we lost, so we ended up outside of Masters. Oh, you meant that ghost? Yeah, Tina can get you there. They're all spooky ghosts. They're gonna work together as a team, okay? Don't you doubt my spooky ghosts. I hope they add some sort of rank protection in the future, at least for Masters. It's truly baffling that this game doesn't have a rank floor at Masters. It's the only card game I've ever played where that's the case. Oh. Look, we're keeping our cards in our hand. Don't want to give them an option to kick something. They're going to get to kick my backline either way, so I think I take this opportunity to just have two things fully set up. It throws a rank floor in Masters. Wouldn't that allow people to throw games to push someone up a rank? No. People who are in the top 10,000 in Masters or top 1,000 or the top or whatever shouldn't be playing people at the bottom of the ranking anyways. However, if you want a speculation called shot, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why they have you fall out of Masters is because they actually don't have any MMR-based matchmaking in this game, and it's literally just only pairing you based on your visible rank in the laziest way possible. Why is this the way that it is? That's my speculation. I'm gonna communicate and throw this back into my deck. And grab my other Mismagius, I think. Am I keeping Giratina? Yeah, I think so. Based on every other aspect of the implementation of rank being like lowest effort humanly possible, I would bet there's no MMR, and part of the reason why they don't have a Masters rank floor is because if you had people at the bottom, they would still be pairing into people at rank 1. I think they're cooked at this point, gamers. Took them too long to find their stage 2. Mismagius sat threateningly on the bench while Giratina picked the game up on its broad shoulders and carried it across the finish line for us here. We did technically have a decision where we paused for a turn to set up our second attacker before starting to ram down with Ghost Dragon, but, you know, Ghost Dragon did the winning here. Menacing looking hat ladies in the back line. Master Ball for the 10th time today. Yeah, honestly, I think I've been happy enough with the quality of the game and the unranked queues that I might just not play ranked for the rest of the season. It's more fun and less frustrating. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back, see if we can get Mismagius to actually do anything. Part of the problem has been we've just been opening on Giratina as our lead every game, so I think our hat ladies can be a little bit more impressive than they've been so far. But tap and ad roll. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Do you think that in Ultra Ball, you should lose more points from losing a game than you gain by winning? Do you think in Ultra Ball, you should lose more points from losing than you gain from winning? Holy. Honestly, I think that person might be onto something, because the #1 complaint about the Pokemon Pocket ladder system is that it is not long enough or punishing enough while you play it. Honestly, I think Pokemon Pocket should probably electrocute you using your cell phone's battery every time you lose a game. I think you should be obligated to like attach a system directly to the temples on your forehead, and every time you lose, there should be an electroshock. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yep. I'm so sad about this non-full art Pokemon Center lady along the bottom, chat. She's so out of place with the rest of our anime friends. I know, Chipton. I'm so poor. Someday we'll get one. Appreciate the folks that stuck through the ad break on the Twitch side. If you want an easy way to spend a little bit of your time and dodge ads for the next month, check out our game sponsor on PC, Call of Dragons. If you install them on PC using my link and play through to get your haul to level 5, you can get a free... No! You get a free gift sub to the channel as a thank you. Whoo! We got out of that, right? It didn't queue me? Alright, cool. Whoo, baby. Alright, back into the safety queue. Back into the queue that doesn't punch me in the face when I lose. Yes, if you're a regular who just enjoys my stuff and you want to support by checking out the game, you do not have to get the sub for yourself. That being said, if you have an active sub and you want the gift sub, I can gift it to you after your active sub elapses as well. Whatever is your preference. Not only have we been opening on Tina every game, but like, I mean, like I know Tina's been carrying these games, but genuinely we would prefer if we could like lead on a Mismagius. Like hitting for 70 quickly would be nice in a lot of these starts. But we just like keep opening on this and then drawing Pokeballing into the other one. All of the breakpoints listed on the thing silence support extra, so 11 and 14 both do. I don't know how long 14 takes, but I would give a gift sub longer than 1 month if you grind through to there, but I don't know if that's possible. Given the time constraints, this promo only runs for a week. Okay, so that's guaranteed to be Mismagius. I think we do that. We do the energy. We charge my laser. Okay, so I assume that they're going to put an energy on here, so that way if I kill this, this kills me. I guess they need a copy of red, so I'd only be taking 40. All right, we want to draw one of our 2 capes here, ideally. Thanks, I think. Oh, was there a cape in my hand already? That's fine. Okay. Not all heroes wear capes, but this Giratina certainly does. So we get Impact. And then even with a copy of Red, they're not clearing the Tina out. And then honestly, next turn we probably pivot the Tina out and finish the Marshadow with the Mismagius. And then they're on 0 points, and we're in a decent spot because Mismagius doesn't go down in 1 to Gallade since it only takes 110. Honestly, while Giratina's doing some of the heavy lifting here, it's nice to get to play one of my favorite cards in the game and not feel embarrassed while doing so. Really like this piece of art. It's one of my favorite cards last season. I don't think I need to Caperia. I guess caping is good against a copy of Mars. Sometimes they play that. Yeah, I should probably cape because of Mars. Oh, I should potion Tina, so that way it doesn't die to Hitmonlee. Yeah. Yeah, I can't keep the Tina again, but yeah, potioning it so it doesn't die to Lee is ideal. That's fine. Are they Cyrusing me? Okay, so I do this, and then I potion here, so that way they can't clear it with this, and then this puts them to 80, and Tina's ready to go again. Look at Mismagius! She's helping, chat! Who's a good little hat Pokemon? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. They need a Cyrus to clear this, a Flipped Heads to beat the confusion, and a sustain. Looking pretty dead on board to me, gamer. Alright, you got some points on the way out the door, but Mismagius gets to clean things up here. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Thanks, opponent. Are we still on Masters? Yeah, we played a little bit inside of and like fell out of and back in and out of and back in, and I think I'm probably just stop playing ranked for the rest of the season. Very unlikely to grind to top 10,000 and potentially not getting our emblem at the end of the season sounds real bad. How long until the season ends? April 29th, about 2 weeks. Ooh, Mew in the Tina deck. It's a name you don't hear very often. Okay, so 2 Mismagius and a communication. That is guaranteed to be a Mismagius. Definitely just hitting the space-time bellow here, and the next turn we'll get Kraken for 70. Top 10,000 is a surprising low amount. Last I checked, it's about 1550. Yeah, but that number is going to go up the longer the season goes. And I would wager people who are currently playing past 1450 are going to continue working to play past them. That's really unfortunate because it means that that's what I'm searching for. I was hoping to draw a cape here, so that way we wouldn't be dead to red. I think we hope they don't have it. Tempo Sabrina is a little bit brutal. Really? Okay. Interesting. I think I just hit them, yeah? My other option is retreat and then delusion them, but I think that's worse than just like hitting them and taking the trade. They have to potion so they don't knock themselves out. But I have Pokemon Center Lady to beat their confusion on me. I already have a Sabrina target for them, so might as well play this out just to give myself options. And then with Cyrus here, hopefully we're just good to go. Like, they put Mew up and delusion us. I go Pokemon Center Lady, potion, completely undo it, crack them for 70, and then they're confused, and if they retreat, my Cyrus grabs them back out. I guess they could Pokemon Center Lady us back. Ooh, a fellow Mismagius enjoyer. I guess they're just playing Mew as a utility card. get to full here just in case. There's so many random Mars and red cards and stuff running around. Oh no! Rip. Fair's fair, I suppose. What if I go energy, retreat, cape, so we don't die to 70, and then we do this, and then next turn we can put this up and dawn this energy to it. Lose the Cyrus, but... Wouldn't it have been better to leave Mismagius up and cape her? She hits 90 HP and the Cyrus isn't usable. Sure. Yeah. We die to Cyrus the following turn, though, so it doesn't matter. We lose to it either way. We're gonna hold on to the other Misdrevious because we do have a copy of Pokemon Communication that could shuffle it back into my deck. Coolio. I find my stage 1, please. Alright, a little Pokeball before we do this. That way we're slightly more likely to find it. 3 copies and 10 cards, gamers. There's one of them. Lovely, lovely. evolve this one. I think I'm gonna play out Misdrevius and a Giratina, and we're gonna hold the other Giratina because it's guaranteed to be second Mismagius with what's it called? Now, we are weak to dark, so this does threaten to do 120 if it wins the confusion flip. But we have a cape and some healing here. And they also need healing on their side, otherwise red cleans them out this turn. Okay, they have the sustain, and they're building the second one in the back, so we probably need this one realistically. Lovely. Okay, and then I think the game plan from here is we take this knockout, and then we'll move this one to the front of the class, so that way it can survive a hit from Darkrai. And then we do need to cape this Mismagius because otherwise they can deal 140 with a copy of red here. Okay. Okay, Cyrus means they can't run from us. Is there any reason to heal this turn? I don't think so. I think I burned my red. Just in case I want a Pokemon Center Lady next turn. This also means that they don't have healing and they retreat this, I can Cyrus it back up and take the knockout next turn. Okay, you have Leaf. You also need healing, though. And it's nice that all these permutations we're counting through assume that they win a confusion flip. So like, it's like, oh, they could get us, but also they need to win a flip on top of it all. And now they're just dead. That was a pretty clean game. Mismagius did the very heavy lifting that game. The 2 copies of them just putting this deck through the ringer with our sport cards. For those of you that are keeping notes of the current state of everything, by the way, we've reached the state of fascism where the president in a news interview says he's willing to deport U.S. citizens if he feels they are criminals. Just as a Doom today in Doom. Today in Doom. Just full Nazi stuff, yeah. Slide that one out onto the bench. Get charged up. You know, it's funny. I almost want... Would it be crazy to cut the second Giratina from this deck? Because I kind of feel like I would rather start Mismagius in more of our games. And, like, the Tina's really good, don't get me wrong. Like, we've won a lot of games with it. But I think I'd like to just have Mismagius as the lead more frequently. What's the answer in deck optimization? Cutting a Pokemon card for another support card? Shocked, I tell you. To set a low bar, this deck is much better than Giratina Gengar that we tried to play earlier, yes. So, if they have Charizard, I think I only win this game with Mismagius. So I think it's just this. Although I probably should have kept this so we don't die to Sabrina of Moltres. You think I can hit Masters by playing in the mornings with decent decks, including Darkrai Tina? It really depends on how much time you have to play and what your win rate is. If you're at Ultra 2, you're maybe 40 to 50% of the way through the climb. I'd encourage you to check out my ranked breakdown video as the spreadsheet in the details and like enter your current win rate and figure out how long it's going to take you to get through. And then also realize that your win rate's probably going to go down the higher you climb, so I would average it 1 to 2% lower than you currently are. Hey, thanks, Delpho. My shirt's from one of my wonderful sponsors, Into the AM. They make great stuff. The Graph, thanks for the 46 months. Appreciate the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Okay. Can we find a copy of Dawn and a Mismagius? Not super likely, but it would be sweet if it came together. Clodsire is actually kind of scary, unironically. All right, I got 3 draws at 1 copy of Dawn, 13 cards. Can you play on your laptop/computer? You can use an Android emulator. There's a bunch of them out there. I use one called LD Player, but there's a few different ones that work. Whooper is toxic, chat. Look at what it's doing to me. They're gonna win the game when they knock out 2 of my Pokemon either way, so I might as well evolve and let it survive. If they have Clodsire, Grafaiai, and... If they have Clodsire, Grafaiai, and they hit heads, putting the energy on this lead Mismagius is punishing. However, if they're missing any of that combination, putting the energy on the Mismagius is pretty good for us. Claude plus red. Oh yeah, maybe I should have potioned to play around Claude red. Good call. I don't know. I don't want to like discourage anyone from hitting goals if they have their goals, but I will say being over halfway through the season now, if you're not already Ultra 3, you probably need to start playing markedly more if you want to get to Masters before the end of the season. How much more? I don't know exactly. Really depends on a number of factors, but more than you currently are, almost assuredly. Oh, this was sloppy. Maybe I should have healed, I guess. That's so close. So I'm technically dying to the poison plus dark right now, yeah? You're saying my 2 matches a day aren't enough. They are not. I think we're cooked, and our opponent's playing kind of slow, so... tap an Admiral, and I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. We're gonna play a few more with this Mismagius deck before we move along to the next thing when we get back. It's been fun. I really like the Hat Lady. She's sweet when we're not getting type countered. BRB. What is an average win rate? 50%? Winning half of your games? What is a good win rate? I would say like 55+% would probably be considered good over a large sample or impressive. Anything above 50%, above average is good. Man, what a two-message chat history. I enjoy hearing creators talk about how they optimize decks in high ladder. It's funny how good Mars lets you win, how Mars just wins games in Ultra 4 and Masters. I feel like I could do an entire documentary about the psychology of Red Card and Mars. About how players just like think they're way better than they are because they can talk themselves into when they play it, it's always good, despite the fact that they see it played against them and regularly be bad. Oh my god, did I just queue for ranked by mistake? It showed my ranked. Did I just autopilot into queuing for ranked? I don't remember now. That's funny. No, we're good. Does it show your ranks at the front? No, the music's not. Okay. No, the random battles just also show your rank. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, so we can actually know when we're queuing into people where they're at too. I think I like that. I think I like that. Yeah, like this opponent was Ultra. So they're really not that far off of where we are ranked. Meta feels very diverse right now. You are one of the very few people I've had share that opinion. I think there are probably more decks that are good than playing on the ladder would imply, but I think ladders inherently hurt diversity. Alright, this flip doesn't matter. I have Pokemon Center Lady. Not that we need it. I think I would actually go so far as to say this latest expansion is probably their worst balanced set we've had to date. And not even just based on how good Giratina is, but because of how bad most of the other cards are. Like, it feels like there's just an incredible number of misses in it. And like something, I want to make it really clear that something's always got to be the best, but just like the fact that like Beedrill is probably the second best EX in the set is like big oof, in my opinion. I would be absolutely shocked if we don't get more cards released with the ranked season resetting at the end of the month. But I would bet we're going to get 1 month ranked seasons and new cards every month when they start from here on out. I'm curious to see if the Meowscarada Magnezone deck is able to become a real part of the metagame long term, because in my anecdotal experience playing it so far, I was really pretty bummed by it. It felt like a pretty typical inconsistent double stage 2 deck. It had decent stats this weekend, and I'll be following along to see if it has decent stats in the second weekend, but I really was pretty unimpressed with it after playing it this morning. All right, if we draw Mismagius here, we're off to the races. Unlucky. Our poor copy of Dawn never letting us be cheeky. Venusaur's like scary and it isn't at the same time. If we can get it confused, we end up in a pretty good spot. Oh, if they have an X speed, they can clear the Mischievous this turn. No cape and no evolution is so bad for us. No cape, no evolution, no research, no communication. Alright, there's our Hat Lady. Hat Lady on time might be good enough here. Gobble these shamans up. I think if we could get Magical Delusion off on the Venusaur, they're probably in a bad spot. That's if they can even find it. They're obviously also working on their thing here. Just Sabrina. If I Sabrina them, oh, we could Sabrina Gira. Yeah, Sabrina Gira is a good call. Sabrina does not end the game on her own. Sabrina with Giratina ends it. You are correct. I liked that this set was mostly bricks so I could save my packs for the next set. I mean, sure. Whatever people are like, I like that the cards are bad because it makes the game cheaper for me. I'm just like, I guess. I would rather they just didn't release game pieces rather than releasing a bunch and having most of them be useless. That's so frustrating. We were finally going to have the Mismagius Dawn if we could just find Giratina. And we missed on the 66%er with this Pokeball. And then we missed on the 66%er again with this communication. It's actually wild. So the 22 months, man. Typing, welcome back. All right, let's get crack-a-lackin'. The sneak peek event whelmed me so much I didn't even notice it ended like 5 days ago. The Wonder Pick feature is honestly just so close to being completely useless. That's so disappointing. Even when you're not a whale who has most of the cards, like the odds of you finding a card there that you actually care about is just so low. And the more packs they add to the game, the more diluted the Wonder Picks will get as a whole. Hey, thanks for the raid, Luchin. Hope you had a good stream. How good do you say this deck is? I think this deck is probably pretty reasonable based purely on the fact that Giratina has a very strong back and can carry you. If I wasn't already in Masters, we would probably be I would feel comfortable using this to climb. It's not going to be the best deck in the format, but I think you can play it and not be embarrassed. How would you say it fares against the top meta threats? I'm not the type of person who's going to sit here and make up matchup tables for you with the deck that I've played for like 90 minutes. I have no idea. I think it's playing one objectively powerful card and another card that, like, is pretty good when you have first energy advantage and can randomly steal you games that no other card can. With Magical Delusion just, like, perpetually confusing them. Are you done with Ranked for the season? Yeah, probably. There's just playing. I was gonna continue to play Ranked if it didn't feel like we were getting reasonable matches inside of the random queue. But it feels like we're getting reasonable matches inside the random queue, and like the expected value of playing Rank is basically non-existent. And there's a very real downside if we hit a bad streak and I don't get my cosmetic that I want. What's the cosmetic? Yeah, the emblem's a cosmetic. Okay, we have Misdrevious, Mismagius, Dawn, and Pokeball. This Pokeball hits the 66% to grab Giratina. We get to attack with Mismagius on turn 2, which should be pretty slick. Nice. Bellow for me, baby. If they don't move this Charmander out, we could potentially just win the game on the spot with this Dawn Mismagius. This game friendly for free-to-play players. Every subsequent set they've released has made the game significantly less free-to-play friendly. But we also don't really have consistent releases with how much they're putting out, so we don't really know long-term what the economy is going to look like. Basically, every single time they've released new cards, they've come in different quantities, which is really strange. Yeah, I think they're just cooked here. We like take our first knockout point, and then we get to confuse the Moltres. If they have Tempo Sabrina, they might be okay. But without a way to slow us down here, we are set up to run them down, especially with this Cyrus. Right. Put it in the think tank here, trying to figure out how to get around our quick hat lady attack. Which is kind of the fun part of this deck too, is like this card was always really solid when you had first energy advantage. But it's like, what do you do when you have first evolution advantage? A lot of times it was too slow, and Giratina plus Dawn gives you an avenue where like, okay, this card's also really powerful in this situation as well. They could have healing for Moltres and Charizard and hit a bunch of heads on this Inferno Dance to give us a hard time. The Rocky Helmets actually bodes well for us because it means they can't save it with Cape. But if this hits all heads, and they have Charizard and a couple of other things, we could end up in a bad spot here. They need to clear Mismagius this turn. And then with Giratina's ability, they can't Charizard 200 me 2 turns in a row because they only hit 2 heads, not 3 on that last one. So even if they pivot into Charizard and blast the Mismagius, I'll have a turn to charge the Giratina. Oh, and they're Stoke Zard at that. Okay, so they can pivot here, but they need a heal for this Moltres to not be dead to the Cyrus. Town Elder's a cute one. Town Elder grabs a random basic from their discard pile back to their hand, so let's them find that Charmander again. Alright, and Cyrus does what he does best and slams this door shut. I like this build a lot. I think this is one I could see myself being happy playing in a spot where we care about winning. It ticks most of the boxes I think you want to tick when looking for a reasonable pile of cards. It's doing something objectively powerful with Giratina. It's got Mismagius as a card that could run people down when you have first energy advantage with your evolution. It has that, so you're always saying there's a chance element with the confusion aspect as well. And playing the giant pile of sustain felt real clean too. Capes, potions, Pokemon Center Lady. Let us punch through a lot of different things. I think I like the spread of supporters I was playing on the bottom. They all felt pretty good in different spots. Definitely feels like a Cyrus Sabrina split deck, because like Cyrus is better with Mismagius' chip shots, but Sabrina's a little bit better when you're doing big blasts with Tina as your finisher. All right, gamers. For the last leg of the stream today, we're going to be playing some of our sponsored game, Call of Dragons. So I'm going to get that loaded up here. Really easy way to support my content is checking them out on PC using my link. If you're someone that wants to get yourself a free gift sub to the channel, it's a great way to do that. Oh, let's make sure that's not too loud here as we load in.
The prophecies had been forgotten.
The intro cinematic was really good.
For old grudges. Repeating our tragic past. Hatred thrived. Growing stronger.
He's pretty limber for a big man.
We struggled for victory, ignorant of the chaos to come.
I think that's the chaos. This is called Call of Dragons.
The end is nigh.
I guess that's one of the dragons. We don't want to call that one. Probably not. Well, look at how quickly they settled their differences.
We are in grave danger. How do we fight destiny?
In the face of the dragon, there are no differences. Teamwork makes the dream work, exactly. When the dream is not dying, yep. Alright, if you're watching on the YouTube side, the sponsorship is only for the Twitch side of the stream, technically, so I'm gonna toggle...
The fate of the realm lies in your hands.
I'm gonna toggle the YouTube stream off. You can come hang out on Twitch if you want to keep watching. We're gonna be streaming this for a little bit today. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you want an easy way to support what I do, you can check them out on PC using my link. We're gonna have to pick one of these friends here to go with.